Well, we can't give a specific timeline. If you have this Muslim regime that stays in power, they're going to have fixed schedules. They will not be able to feed their people. They will not be able to have a functioning economy. They will be very stressed. What happens when you start giving liberal Iranians guns and IRGC officers being they're bad people? So it's a far worse situation than the Iranian leadership realized. And yeah, if America goes with a bunch of troops, they could probably keep an insurgency for a while because that's cheap. Just keep them away. Being 50,000 people, you can do a lot of chaos. But it's not this great situation that a lot of the pro-Iranians are trying to make it out to be in the digital realm, even if there are some hiccups for America potentially. But we'll have to wait and see because it's useless to try to predict every single thing. Although Goldberg would advise continue accruing precious metals just in case. I found some, if you go to some thrift shops, you can get them a lot cheaper. Ones that actually have value, like sterling and whatnot, but you have to be willing to dedicate the time. Final point. Clearly, what's on, but to the perspective and relevance of the Groypers politically, this seems counterintuitive to most people. There's no doubt that the policies in America that feed in, that don't focus enough on American disinvest overseas, that will eventually cause problems. It already is. I don't like Iran. The difference is that the Iranians can't pass as long as the U.S. can. Right? America's far more powerful, far more respected. With Reuters, the general assumption was that they would use Trump to take over the GOP, flush out the neocons, and go hardcore MAGA nationalists. That did not pan out. So the alternative would be something akin to people try to argue with me. Spend some time offline. Good-looking, physically fit white men are bad. And given Cernovic's history, that's a very greasy comment to make. Let's just the issue with being separate governments. It's very hard to build a great system apart. The system is structured to block that. Maybe they could take over the Bolivarian National Committee, or in my opinion, what the Groypers should do is they need this money. They can back it up very strongly, vigorously, and move forward to support the United States. What they were not anticipating is that the Likudnik right, people such as Randy Fine, who are radical Zionists, would join arms with nativists. Randy Fine is calling for mass deportations, changing legal immigration laws, which is kind of in line with Stephen Miller. And you might say it's not sincere, they're just trying to throw it to the goyim. But the vast majority of people are not political junkies. They're not sitting there, all right, let's do an in-depth analysis of the political acumen of Tony Blair. Absolutely not. They want to feel good.
Hi, how are you?
So great was in contrast to a Texas congressman you might have heard of. Some of you are too young. The Groyper method of essentially going, I told you so, you have to sign an apology form. I wrote about this years ago. No one cares that you're right because normies adjust to the present circumstance. And it isn't like we coronated Ron Paul president because he was correct in 2008. The average American probably can't even tell you who Ron Paul is. And by the time you are correct,
You're feeling better?
On to that.
That's good.
There also might be someone else in competition. Plus, normies tend to have a negative reaction if they think you're too much smarter and you're condescending to them.
How am I feeling? I am feeling a little wrecked. Today has been hectic. That's why I'm not even in uniform right now. I woke up to people. Okay, it's been kind of crazy. I don't know where I could even start.
scream for a mainline Democrat. So you
I woke up
didn't send them bombs.
to, like, I think 2 of my clients were in a lot of distress. One was sending me a lot of voice notes, and she was crying, very compromised. So I've been having to help her. And then I was helping the other guy. And then I had a very, very unusual call about 20 minutes ago. And I don't think I can actually talk about the details, but it was very different.
The kind of Hugonism nonsense. Oh yeah, every power is balanced. But in the last year,
But I did get some special materials while I was, because a lot of it happened while I was trying to like get some materials for the house. So I ended up getting something pretty important.
So whether you like characters or not, that's going to be part of the equation. These people seem to think you can be an imperial superpower, but somehow not.
I might change clothes, maybe, if I get more of a moment to
So is the Groypers
chill out.
What are they going to be campaigning on? We want an empire, but we don't want to be involved in the Middle East, which has all these resources and is so crucial. We want to control women, which is a good thing, but electorally, how's that going to work out? And we're going to be more harsh on immigration and GOP. I just don't know how much popularity they're going to have. And if you keep burning bridges because you don't like where the foreign policy is going, you're just going to end up essentially irrelevant Paleocon protest vote that gets the Democrats in. You might say that's what they deserve.
Oh my God.
But I don't see.
Give you a second.
Much. I think this is basically just burn it down because we're not getting our way, but it'll just be self-destructive. Anyway, let me know, what do you think about the future of the Groypers, and what will happen to Iran losing so many boomers, this erasure of the class, which you really have not seen on such a significant level in any modern country.
You got that line? I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm trying to get to Grand Isle Narrows.
Easy way, loud way. The best way.
I think the more boring you are in real life, the less people are interested in you.
Confidence is not a mindset, it's an achievement. In the GMC Sierra HD AT4X, just announced. Get 4.9% APR plus 500 purchase cash on Sierra heavy-duty models.
Welcome to Louisiana.
Work night. How are you doing?
The state of energy.
Hey, man, I got
Venture Global. Unstoppable energy.
black and pepper.
I think the more boring you are in real life, the less people are interested in you. So I tell people I have an extraordinary boring life. It's actually rather exciting.
Cillian Murphy. If looks could kill, this man would be the fashion. There are movie stars, and then there are actors who do movies and just live a regular life. Cillian Murphy is not the type of guy to speak too much. He is shy, introverted, but a man who is intensely passionate about his craft. He doesn't use a cell phone, but simply lives a quiet life somewhere in Ireland, honing his craft like a hermit. In interviews, he often looks like he just wants to go home. But he's actually one of the most humble and down-to-earth actors of our generation. What's so interesting about him is that throughout his career, he has never really looked for the spotlights or leading roles. And yet, he has been in 6 Christopher Nolan films and became the face of one of the most iconic TV characters of the last decade, Peaky Blinders. And then quietly won an Oscar for one of the most important films of the 21st century, Oppenheimer.
I want to thank my fellow nominees and my Oppenheimies. That was it.
Cillian has a very interesting philosophy on acting. No social media, just living life the old school way.
You just need to be living. That's your research and interacting with other human beings and just observing people. And I'm a big fan of just being in the world.
I think a lot of people can learn from Cillian Murphy's life. So today, I want to shine some light on his career and see what sets him apart from any other actor out there. Also, if you want to get some epic merch from your favorite movies and directors, check out our web shop because we are fully stocked again. Now let's get into the video. Cillian Murphy was born in the city of Cork in Ireland in 1976. You wouldn't believe it, but this man is almost pushing 50, even though he still looks like he's in his 30s.
Are you asking me or him?
The young boy.
His name's Cillian. The young boy's name.
I'll take that as a compliment, I think.
Cillian had the most normal upbringing you can imagine. Growing up in the wetlands of Ireland, his parents were simply average middle-class teachers. What is the deal with
Are you still here?
Who I am as a person.
Oh, give me a
My
second.
values. It's just home.
At first, acting wasn't even his plan. He wanted to become a rock star. Ever since he was young, he has had a deep passion for music. He played the guitar, wrote songs, and started a band in the 90s with his brother titled Sons of Mr. Green Jeans.
They were, I think, probably anxious that I did well at school, went to college, did all that stuff. I foolishly decided to pursue a law degree, but I was playing music, I was playing in a band, and I just started acting then. Those two things were happening. They became much more important than going to college. I didn't really go in at all. And I failed gloriously in the first year. My parents, they were thrilled.
Cillian and his brother played in local pubs and hotels for a few years. But after they got offered a bad record deal, the band fell apart.
It was all for the best. I don't think the world is lacking our music, that's for sure.
But his passion for music never really went away. In many of his earlier films, you still get the chance to see him sing, like in Edge of Love.
Was a young poet. One that he never would kill.
Breakfast on Pluto,
The one with the wagon.
and in Disco Pigs. Just like his incredible range in acting, Cillian learned fearless experimentation through music, blending multiple genres with his band.
It's not constrained by any form. This is the freedom to go a bit further with music and to try different styles and different modes and mix down to something different.
Fun fact, Cillian also played in various music videos and used to DJ at events. I mean, Oppenheimer wasn't the first time Cillian dropped bombs.
Call the fire department. We just looked the building.
Now, despite such a quote-unquote normal upbringing, Cillian realized that it doesn't mean you aren't special.
I remember when I was younger, I was really disappointed that I had such a normal upbringing. And I was like, oh, I wish I had a terrible abuse or something that I could draw on. I think that's a lot of bollocks, actually. I think it's what you have inside. How you're able to be creative. It didn't even come from a place of pain. It didn't even come from a place of sorrow or, it just comes from the need to perform. You're just compelled to do it, I just love stories. I love interesting characters. I love people behaving in a strange way. I love when you go, why is that person behaving like that? So transgression is much more interesting than somebody who does the right thing all the time. As an audience member, I find that much more interesting.
At 23 years old, Cillian was at a crossroad, not knowing whether he would pursue acting or music. He simply enjoyed the art of performing. But in 2001, a theater director offered Cillian an audition for a stage play titled Disco Pigs, which turned out to become quite successful and eventually got turned into a movie, becoming Cillian's first professional on-screen performance.
But before we stay quiet and everything, there has to be a difference, though.
This is where his love for storytelling and portraying complex characters started to grow. Now, Cillian's early filmography is not glamorous. It's quite unique, to say the least. For example, he played a lonely film bro in Watching the Detectives, and he played roles in various small Irish films. For example, playing a transgender named Kitten in a movie titled Breakfast on Pluto.
So then hang around with drag queens. I did a bit of that, but it was mostly just observing women and watching women and seeing their routines and what they went through. It's very different from Tommy Shelby.
But in 2002, he played in a movie called 28 Days Later, a movie that was shot on a potato where Cillian wakes up in a post-apocalyptic London. And by surprise, the movie became an international hit, introducing Cillian's name to America.
It's a film I'm very proud of, and for some reason it resonated with people. That's where people began to attempt to pronounce my name. I've been attempting ever since.
This became Cillian's breakout role, and from that point on, his acting career started to flourish.
Once people saw that film 28 Days Later, I guess people were like, All right, we'll take a meeting with this kid.
He went on to play In the Wind That Shakes the Barley, a movie by Ken Loach about the Irish Civil War, where Cillian already plants the seeds for his role as Tommy Shelby. This movie proved something vital for his later career. On the one hand, he would take his Irish identity with him wherever he goes.
Both are British.
No, I'm Irish.
Oh, yeah, no, British.
No.
Oh, sorry.
That's a big difference.
The area of North Europe.
Ireland.
More importantly, he knows how to let his silence speak, and that stillness can be louder than action.
I am not a dreamer, I am a realist, Teddy.
Cillian doesn't necessarily perform panic, he lets it leak out through his eyes, like two bright headlights in the night, which has become his trademark ever since.
I'm not going to set out.
Then comes the movie Red Eye, where he played a very unsettling assassin on a plane. His performance is not loud or explosive, but he uses his calm and polite demeanor to manipulate. He smiles, talks calmly, and makes his lines feel menacing without shouting.
But I think you're not such an honest person. Because I've followed you for 8 weeks now, and I never once saw you order anything but fucking sea breeze.
That scene is probably the reason why Cillian almost got cast for 50 Shades of Grey.
No, I'm not that the compliment or not. I'm not quite sure.
Bottom line is, Cillian Murphy is incredible at playing people who feel dangerous without trying to be. Now, even though 50 Shades wasn't on the cards for Cillian, something better came his way. Christopher Nolan.
He's here.
Who?
The Batman.
As some of you might know, Cillian actually auditioned for the role of Batman in Batman Begins. There even is a very short audition tape.
Who was with Falcone for dogs? She murdered my parents' latest shirt.
Don't pretend you wanted to do this for them.
He actually had the Batman voice doing pretty well, but as we all know, Christian Bale got the role. But as genius as Nolan is, I did see something else in Cillian. Instead of casting him as a hero, Nolan makes him the villain. The character named Scarecrow.
Would you like to see my mask?
Suddenly, Murphy becomes a recurring presence in one of the biggest trilogies ever made. This is where Cillian sets himself apart, because even while working with Nolan, Murphy doesn't become Hollywood. He didn't move to LA or play the fame game. After the shoot, he simply went back to Ireland to be with his wife and 2 kids. Cillian loves to spend time alone and protect his privacy. He's not on social media and rarely uses his phone, and so does Christopher Nolan, who's known for being anti-cell phones on set.
There was no phones on set. We don't need them. So therefore, in the downtime and the waiting, we just discuss and chat and have a laugh. And people aren't scrolling or disappearing. People are just in the moment. I learned that from Christopher Nolan. You learn from the best.
In 2013, everything changed with Peaky Blinders. Tommy Shelby wasn't just a successful role, it became bigger than Cillian Murphy himself. Even today, people would first recognize the name Tommy Shelby before Cillian Murphy. That's when you know you've done a fantastic job as an actor. Cillian's performance turned Tommy into a timeless pop culture icon. Peaky Blinders literally built one of the most loyal fan bases of any modern series.
Do you still see tattoos of Tommy every once in a while? Yep. I've seen some amazing tats, like a really cool. Very impressed and honored.
Tommy Shelby is not flashy. He is not expressive. He is a charismatic, silent man who doesn't need words to express how dangerous he is. His aura is simply unmatched.
How are you?
Such an interesting character.
You're back.
Both his biggest gift and his biggest burden is his intelligence.
I'm chosen. I'm chosen. The chosen one smoke.
Tommy Shelby is a man who is unafraid to die, which is what makes him such a dangerous man to come across. And ultimately, him might seem like a release.
Natural gas. Delivered at a fraction of the cost. In a fraction of the time. Venture Global. Unstoppable energy.
Which bag? In with it. Spend at the bottom.
The light looks kind of off. Where's my extra light?
It's all about you during the Buick SUV sale event. Get 0.9% APR and up to $2,000 allowance on Encore GX. Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid relief at 4 weeks. Many people experience remission at 1
even 2 years. Some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Is possible with Tremfya. Tremfya is now approved for Crohn's disease. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
My name is Thomas Shelby, and I'm dead already. It's very clear that this is a damaged guy who's sort of violence is a form of expression for him. And it's a big distance to travel for me as well to get to that, you know. And he's the most sort of capable person I've ever played. And that's not me. I have no limitations. Inhabiting this character all the time, in this subliminal way, affects you sort of by osmosis. But I'm not very aware of it. It's only people that are around you that are more aware. I might be aware of when I play. Right. Not foxing. Not foxing. No!
What makes Tommy Shelby iconic isn't the violence, it's the restraint. Every scene feels like he could snap, but he rarely does. Killian understands that power isn't volume, it is withholding. From the subtlety in the way he licks his cigarette, the way he stares at his enemies. Because boy, if only looks could kill. But when he does snap, it is no joke. I'm always fascinated by what happens after a role is finished. We love hearing actors talk about how far they go or how long it stays with them. Some actors even claim that they never really leave the role behind.
How long does the character stay in your head?
Do they ever leave?
Cillian Murphy is not someone who stays in character for months on end. He knows completely. He knows how to step in and step out, but that doesn't mean there is no cost.
When the shooting is all over, the shooting is complete on the film, do you just turn the character on? You're yourself again.
No, not really. It's more that there's a huge amount of displaced energy focus. So you go from working all of that time on set, being completely focused on something, and then all of a sudden it's done. And you're not really the character, but you're not really a civilian, and you're in this sort of in-between little space, and you're kind of at a loss, really. For a few weeks, you just don't know what to do with all this energy, this focus, and you go from like having this huge collaboration to just being at home. And it's a show. You know, it takes a while. Anyone does
The fuck was that?
to a high level at that kind of focus, and then they stop. It's really weird. And I said, you put up on it. In that focus, Brian, my order, the Peaky Blinders.
Now, Cillian loves experimenting as an actor, like he did with theater and music, and he loves himself a party. So in 2017, he played in a lesser-known, more experimental movie titled The Party, which is a black and white film that centers around a dinner party that quickly goes south.
The challenge should be to try and play as diverse characters as possible. It would get boring for the audience and for the actors.
The thing that struck me the most is how Cillian Murphy's eyes still so blue, even in black and white. I mean, what sorcery is this?
I think the best parties are the ones that aren't planned, aren't they? The ones that just happen. They're like spontaneous and all of a sudden. That's why the ones that tend to be over-planned, over-thought,
All jokes aside, a notable thing to mention is throughout Cillian's career, he rarely appears as a leading man. Cillian doesn't build his career around visibility. Instead of looking for films where he can be the lead, he looks for great directors to work with. Cillian and Nolan have worked on 6 movies together already. The Batman trilogy, Inception, Dunkirk, and of course, Oppenheimer.
I'm a kind of a serial re-collaborator. You know, I think that the real deep wit comes from a number of times to get to that across.
When Nolan gave Cillian the script of Oppenheimer, he left a handwritten note that read, "Yours, Cillian, finally a chance to see you lead. Love, Chris." But while writing this magnum opus, Nolan didn't have Cillian in mind.
You know, I'm sitting there looking at the copy of American Prometheus. This is a picture of the real life Oppenheimer with this intense blue light stare looking out at me as happy for months. Some men are okay. I know. And I worked with him for 20 years. I know he's one of the great actors. But I never worked on his lead. So this time, I picked up the phone and said, hey, this is the one. This is the one where you take the center stage. And not just that,
A written script in the first place, you're going to have to take the audience with you. We're going to see everything through your eyes. It is widely known by now that Cillian's performance of Oppenheimer is without a doubt one of the best performances of the decade.
World, remember this day.
To portray the moral weight of a man like this, and to show a person both proud and horrified of what he has created, is something you very rarely see executed so well.
How's it feel to be the most famous man in the world?
The film is loud, the explosions are massive, but Murphy stays quiet. You see his pain simply living at his eyes.
No one moment is about one thing. And if you're as agile as someone like Cillian, as vulnerable and as clever, you can play it all. But I don't know if many people can do what he does.
The eyes, Chico. They never lie.
Cillian rightfully took it.
Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you're wanting to know when you will meet your soulmate. Going by your cards, the primary position being filled by Six of Cups shows that you do seem to be someone who cherishes long-term bonds with people. And by this, what it means is it seems like you take more stock in people who spent a lot of time developing a connection with you that didn't necessarily lead towards, oh my God, I need to turn this notification off because it gets in my earlobe. Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you're wanting to know when you will meet your soulmate. Going by your cards, the Six of Cups in the primary position shows that you are someone who mostly centers on connections that are both long-term and don't necessarily initially look to get anything out of you in terms of a relationship or something tangible. Okay, that didn't make sense. Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you're mainly wanting to know when you will meet your soulmate. Going by your cards, the primary position being filled by Six of Cups shows that you are someone who mostly cares about relationships that are fostered through long-term connection that don't even initially seem to be focused on getting anything serious out of you. So by this, it shows that you're already someone who is mostly predisposed to developing serious relationships out of more casual platonic ones. Ten of Pentacles in the center position in reverse does show that this does seem to be an area that you do struggle in, where it does feel that friends come and go, as well as associates and peers, which is why you value this so much, because especially in these trying times, it can be difficult to know who's exactly going to stay in your life when things get rough. Queen of Wands shows that for the foreseeable future, mostly you will end up being on your own for right now, but it is showing that around August, so around fall time as summer ends, you should run into your soulmate who will fulfill all of your traits that you're really looking for in someone. So from this, I'm seeing that you do run into someone around the middle of summer who won't initially be someone that you'll really consider dating. However, they seem to be connected to the person who will end up being your soulmate. So I would just keep my eyes open and try to put yourself out there and get involved with some activities or after work events, because it seems like through networking, you're going to end up meeting your soulmate around the fall time. Now, if you want further information about what the future holds for you when it comes to your soulmate, as well as your compatibility with each other, you can give me a call or send me a message. Where are my fucking glasses? Where are my glasses? Hello, Lightworker. Hello to you. Shalom. I need you to do this. Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you want to know if Jacoby will ever truly admit his wrongs to you, or will he keep fighting it? Going by your cards, 2 of Cups in the primary position and reversed does show that right now both parties don't really seem to be on the same page when it comes to things that have happened between the 2 of you. The secondary position backs this up by having 5 of Wands in its place. 5 of Wands shows that there is a lot of drama, a lot of high tension and anxiousness in the air around you two, as well as amongst your third-party peers. So even people that know you seem to be caught up in this. 10 of Wands is mostly talking about the future in the final position and reversed. It's showing that for Jacoby, he does not feel like he needs to capitulate to you in any way. So even though he is feeling a lot of stress related to this, and he does feel the weight of some guilt, he just doesn't feel like he could ever bring himself to admit that he's wrong to you or apologize. So right now, the way things have been, I would not expect Jacoby to really admit his wrongdoings right now. However, it does seem like if the pressure eases off of him in the coming days, then this will change. Now, if you want further information about what the future holds between the 2 of you, as well as any other issues that may come up, you can give me a call or send me a message.
you see
Oh,
such an
hey, you're back.
aggressive negative.
Oh my God. Hey. Oh my God. Okay. I'm back. Oh my God. You've been messaging. Isn't today like Wednesday? Why is everyone so active? Oh my God. see. I was watching this girl give me a reading about what's coming in this week, and she said Gregory is going to be flighty. And when I said I did tarot, she got upset because I didn't believe her. She got passive aggressive. Well, that's what my cards say. And I said, that's fine, and I appreciate it, but you still don't have the full context of my situation to make that full accusation. I said, he wasn't being flighty. He's getting to know me again. And she said, no. I'm like, oh, I do not like your energy. You're fake. It was so backhanded and negative. Well, good luck on your decision, she said. It's a crossroad decision, and I'm like, that's not what my cards told me, Shani, and that's okay. She had the Page of Cups sideways. Wait, what? She had the card sideways? I wasn't triggered either. Just sometimes these readers are intuitive, just reading the cards as they are. I'm never going back to her. Yes, it's Wednesday. Ah, it is Wednesday. Hump day. Hump day? And that was like my grandma's favorite commercial for several years. I don't remember which commercial it was. It was about a Campbell in an office saying, what day it is, hump day. Yeah, well, she said like the Page of Cups is sideways. So he's like, I've never even heard of sideways cards. Is she like spinning her cards like a spinner? Oh my God, why? I have no YouTube be able to. These people are going crazy. The card is sideways. Wait, is she talking about like defense position? Like, is she talking about like Yu-Gi-Oh positions? So if Page of Cups is in sideways. So she's saying I put my card in defense position. That means he's flighty. Whoa. I've never heard of that. I think I need to try that actually. Gives me some new ideas. I think you just taught me a new way to read. I set 9 of Wands in defense position. Don't you dare do that. Oh, okay. I thought it would have been a people pleaser. I set Ace of Cups in attack position. I wonder if I set it, I wonder if I could keep myself from laughing and just set it as serious as I could if my client would just go with it. You see, your card is face down in defense position, which means it doesn't take any battle damage. And it means that he thinks of you very dearly. We are basically mocking. Oh yeah, please don't. I hope you don't tell her. Please don't clip this and don't send it. So I don't need to get hexed over a little jokey joke. It was just jokes. I'm sorry. Don't hit me with the pieces of Exodia. I respect your style.
Allowed to do and not allowed to do is completely false. I mean,
It seems like you've had fun.
Growing up, there was a woman who, mother of I think like 10 kids. kids. I just remember they drove a 15-passenger van to church every week. But she homeschooled them all. I think her husband was in carpentry or some sort of
Oh my
contractor.
god, that
She
reminds me
homeschooled them all. And on top of
of just some
that, she
crazy
ran a
stuff.
blog. You can actually make money running a blog. But she ran a blog about like homemaking and homeschooling. I think she came up with a curriculum and templates and stuff that she sold on her blog, like through Etsy. And then over time, that evolved into like conferences for women and women's leadership kind of stuff. So the entire time, this woman was living a conservative, traditional evangelical life. She was contributing to her family's bottom line. And the thing that's not talked about here that I think is really important with all of that is she was teaching her children very useful skills. Like these feminist robust women are all about going the corporate path and going the educational path. And the way they do that is by outsourcing childcare and nurturing their own children to the state, right? So they're only giving their children the capacity to learn.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think I did have someone like randomly try to argue with me at like 3 a.m. Well, first off, it was already crazy because I was off hours at that time. I was like trying to make money, like dancing and stuff or whatever. And I got this message from someone. I forget what they said. They said something about, am I going to meet my special person at my job or somewhere else or something, or I don't know, outside of my town? And I gave the answer. I'm pretty sure it was a woman. And then she immediately said, well, that's wrong because I never leave my city and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this is crazy. What's going on right now? You're burning your free messages. So are you trying to like going back and forth with me right now? I don't have time for this right now. So I just told her, well, with your iron will, I guess you have me beat. And she never messaged me back. But that was just crazy. I was like, wow. I think back in the day, people would, I think back in the day, if people had an axe to grind, they would just, I don't know, go to a Burger King and start fights with employees or something. I think it's just crazy to put on the boxing gloves with random psychics online at 3 a.m. There's so many things you could do. There's so many better things you could do. It's like the last thing I would do is argue with her. She did confirm he's coming in hot and he's coming back this week. And then she said he's going to ghost me. Like, because Luther said, you might as well give up now. He's like, we know who will win in the end. What is this page that's open? Ignite the bone. Do you see him ghosting you? It's a good question. Do I see that? Do I see that? Let's see what you got. Eight of Swords. No. Doesn't seem like he's going to ghost you. But it does seem like he's going to be in that weird interstice with you that's still been going on. So it seems like things will kind of be more of the same. Yeah, she was reaching. Yeah, she was probably... Like, I don't know that. I mean, she was probably just jealous that you have two boyfriends. And a third. Well, a psychic GF. She was trying to, take you down a peg. It actually happens sometimes. Which is why I usually don't ask about my... I ask a very specific source about my relationships. Hey, I'm for real. Don't you remember that song, Dark Lady by Cher? Would you like to see a picture? Yeah, I'd love to see a picture of the Fruits Basket duo.
They're dissatisfied with the quality of life that you get if you work in corporate America, and they're tired of dealing with the catty office politics.
Dark Lady is such a good... They used to play Dark Lady a lot at my job, actually. Which is kind of weird since they used the Romani slur in it.
So in here, it talks about research that King's College did, and it talks about how respondents said they want to wear fun outfits, live without stress,
Ignite the phone.
family, but they want to do so without a controlling husband dominating financial decisions. And again, I want to emphasize this because I think the writer has injected her own feminist biases throughout this piece. And the implicit assumption here is that if you do that, if you are a stay-at-home mom, if you run your own social media account, and if
What is going to happen tomorrow regarding the current situation? Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you're wanting to know what is going to happen tomorrow regarding the current situation. Going by your cards, Justice in the primary position and reversed does show that things haven't gone well up to now regarding the situation. The Tower shows what will happen tomorrow exactly, which by the presence of the Tower, it does show that it will be very dramatic, very explosive in what will come out. It seems like it'll affect everyone involved. Queen of Swords in the final position is mainly talking about you, showing that when all is said and done, you'll kind of be in a place where you will need to recollect your thoughts and establish who is actually in your corner or not, and who actually is meant to be in your life, whether as a friend or anything more serious than that. So from what I'm gathering, tomorrow does seem to be a bit of a reckoning where even if everything isn't settled fairly between everyone, it does seem like things will reach their end and lead into something new for you in particular. So I think overall this will be good for you. Even though it might not end the way that you want it to, it will give you a new lease on life. And hopefully you'll take the opportunity to pursue something new. Now, if you want more information about what to expect for next month, you can give me a call or send me a message. Ignite the bone. In the minute. Ooh. Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you want to know if you and your husband are going to rekindle your relationship. Going by your cards, 5 of Pentacles in the primary position is simply establishing what you're already alluding to, that things aren't in the best situation between you and your husband. However, it is signaling that this weird period that you find yourself in is coming to an end. 2 of Swords in the middle position in reversed does show that there's still tension regarding reaching some sort of agreement or understanding between the two of you regarding the main conflict that was arisen between the two of you. 4 of Swords in the final position and reversed mostly speaks that while both of you won't exactly reach full closure regarding this issue, it does seem like you will reach a new level towards reconciliation. So from what I'm seeing, both of you will be able to become a bit more warmer towards each other, and the talks will progress slowly, but they will surely get a bit more positive and less confrontational over time. So I would expect in about a month for things to reach a new level where worrying about reconciliation isn't really a thing anymore and feels more like an inevitability. So if you want more information about what things will look like between the two of you during summertime, as well as any other issues that might get in the way of completing your reconciliation, you can give me a call or send me a message. There's just so many questions on here. There's just so many questions.
My husband can tell you this. I hate, even if it comes to like a purchasing decision, like I hate making decisions, and a lot of women do this. We'll consult with our girlfriends and our closest female friends before doing something. That's why you see, there's a infographic that's going around X right now of how AI chatbots are telling users to divorce their spouses, and that's based on data that it's scraped from Reddit threads, and how a lot of the conversations on Reddit predominantly are about that. And if you go through any sort of semi-private, or like Facebook with mom group, or like any sort of thread where you can have those types of conversations, women are looking for validation, confirmation from other women. Like you don't, like men don't really do that. Like, you'll have conversations with your guy friends, but you're not asking your guy friends for their input and essentially their implicit permission before you take action. That is 100% things that chicks do. Like girls are always asking their other girlfriends, would you buy this? What do you think of this? Should I do this? Should I do that? Like they're always like, that's part of the whole gossip culture within the women's sphere. Is women suck at making decisions for themselves. They rely on the female hive mind, and this is why I think social media is so dangerous. Because in lieu of having really close female friendship, so that female friendship or a mom or a grandma or an aunt or someone, you know, like someone who you can trust. A lot of women are looking to like acquaintances, so like, it could be friends on social media, coworkers, like very tangential relationships, very superficial relationships. And I think that kind of it ends up exploding, and that's why I think you're seeing a lot of what you're seeing in culture right now. Is because women are tapping into the hive mind, but because they don't like to make decisions, they just don't want to admit it. But I think more women than not would actually prefer to have someone else make a decision for them. They just want the perception that they're making the decision. So today's bread makers have plenty of ambition. It's just that instead of job titles, they're chasing flexibility. And again, I think this is the ultimate goal. Like, that's why the whole FIRE movement was a thing. That's what people want. Men and women, not just women. I think everyone wants more flexibility. People want more time freedom. I think everyone realizes we are in this, we're cogs in a machine. No one wants to live like this and grind like this for the entirety of their lives, only to retire, to barely afford a basic modicum of living, and live out the rest of your days, your golden years, going to overpriced doctor's appointments and eating slop at a retirement home, right? I think most people want some degree of flexibility, and they want more time with family and more time doing the things that matter when it matters the most. And it's not, this isn't female coded. Like, I think this is everyone wants this, and women have, figured out, some women have figured out how to make that happen. It says one of the women here, deep down, she always wanted to be a mom and find a job that works around it. And I think this is the case for a lot of women as well. It's not necessarily that they want to have the career. It's that that having a career is the only way to have status in society. And society is really made up of other women. It's the women's sphere makes much of society. They're the ones who confer value, or at least confer what is valuable and what isn't valuable in a lot of ways. And so women, I think a lot of women are pushed to pursue careers. They're not necessarily fully bought in to the whole have to be a girl boss, have to be a career, corporate career ladder climber. They're not necessarily bought into that, but they want respect. They want respect and they want status from society, and that's other women. So if other women have, well, the only way that you are relevant, the only way that you matter, socially speaking, is to have a career, then that's what women are going to do. And this, I think, is, you can trace it back to our evolutionary biology. Women have always been the ones who need to belong to the tribe. And so today's tribe has been extrapolated across society, social media, all that kind of stuff. So you have women who are hustling, they're trying to pursue careers and build something for themselves, because that's the only way that they can be relevant within the tribe, so to speak. Okay, so critics of this whole Tradway breadwinning paradigm are peddling a performative myth, so it's not realistic. Cooking elaborate healthy snacks, creating handmade children's birthday decorations, or cleaning the toilet with a UV light is not their hobby. It's a full-time job. So these women who have monetized doing motherly things, raising their kids, cleaning the house, that has become their job. So it's not necessarily that they're not doing a job, they've just created a different type of job. And so for the critics, this creates an unrealistic expectation for women to hold down a job, and they're unable to live up to the bread maker's standards. And I think this is part of the problem, is you have a group of women who are eschewing the corporate ladder, the corporate life. They're saying, no, we're going to start our own businesses, figure out how to make this work on our own. We're going to do what we need to do. And a lot of it is, monetizing content for social media consumption. But then you have women who are staying in the corporate career mindset, who think they also need to live according to that standard, but they obviously can't, because you're right, it is a job, right? They're
What am I doing? What am I thinking about right now? What's going on with my head? I'm like in the phantom zone right now. What is going on?
Is like a part-time job on top of that.
So I'm like in space right now. I still need to look at the text.
Criticism here is that the women who are working 9-to-5 jobs can't do both, and that is absolutely true, and that's why there's so much frustration in our society today. But this has always been the case, where there's a perception and aspiration of how women are supposed to run their lives and run their households that is sold. It's been around since the 50s. You know, it's part of mass consumption.
Okay, I'm back to Earth.
There's a perception of how you
Keep their information secret, please. What did you send me their social? Did you send me their social security number or something?
Right, and you just have to accept reality for what it is. Like, your house is never going to look like a Pottery Barn magazine photo shoot. Okay, like that's just reality.
I don't. I mean,
if your home does, do you even live in it? Like that's a question. And so I don't think women.
Wait.
Women who work 9 to 5 jobs.
Wait, what?
Need to feel the pressure.
You just sent me an Asmongold link? What? What?
They just need to own the choices they've made. It's like, okay, I've made a choice to pursue a career. This is what I'm doing. No, I can't make my kids homemade
Wait, what is
bread,
going on?
homemade jam and homemade peanut butter so they can make a homemade peanut butter sandwich every day. Like that's the trade-off. Everything's full of trade-offs, right? Life is full of trade-offs. So that's the trade-off you're making. You're saying, I'm going to work this job in exchange to earn money so I can go to the grocery store and buy convenience foods to provide for my family. That's the trade-off you're making. These women are saying, no, I don't want that. I want my kids to eat healthy, for example. So I'm going to make...
Okay, this name is kind of crazy.
I'm going to make everything from scratch.
That IG name is kind of crazy.
Film it and post it to TikTok. That's
Both of them, actually.
And you can pick whichever one you want. You can't do
Oh my
both at the
God,
same
she's
time.
so cute.
I think that's insane to think that you can. So I think women are at a precipice and they need to choose. Do you want to continue doing the corporate careers thing? Or are you interested in, something that might not have as much status as the feminist might confer to you, but it might bring some more joy and, dare I say, nutritional value to your lives? That's a choice these women have to make.
Hello? What? Are you telling me to be funny?
Doing this kind of stuff is a full-time job because there's all sorts of different overhead that comes with it. So, you need to learn how to shoot, script, edit social media videos. The author suggests that you need a supportive, reliable partner with a stable income, which is never a given. I think this is true to some extent. Also, it depends on how you live your life, right? If you have a life that doesn't cost a lot of money to live, you don't need to earn a lot, right? So you have to do that for yourself. But if your lifestyle costs, $10,000-$15,000 a month to live, then yeah, you're probably going to need to rely on your significant other, because that's you're not going to make that probably through social media, right? So you need to do the math for yourselves. I'm going to hear how
You need to laugh.
to negotiate brand deals.
I could tell you a lot of things that would make you laugh tonight, actually.
How much to charge?
Because a lot's been happening to me. What you're looking at? I was looking at your boyfriends.
Building these businesses for themselves aren't capable of doing this kind of stuff, or it's like, this is overhead that falls
You wanna,
outside of the realm of the traditional stuff that they show on social media.
Wait a minute.
That's why it's misleading, because there's all sorts of different stuff happening in the background. And yeah, that's absolutely true. There's all sorts of stuff happening in the background.
So,
Also, we have a lot of new technology that makes it a lot easier to do all this stuff. Most of these influencers are probably represented by
you think you'd be cool?
and those people are negotiating the brand deals for them. They're not negotiating them for themselves. So
With
that's something that's completely missing from this conversation. It's assumed that every single woman.
You think we could
TikTok is negotiating all these deals for herself.
do a little
she's definitely working with some sort of agency. But even then,
little multiplayer, a little share? Sharing is caring.
Or Claude or Gemini or whatever you want to use.
How about that?
I use it for stuff like this. You don't need to have to understand legalese anymore or to advocate for yourself.
Could you sit next to Jeffrey Dahmer and not ask why he's a what? What kind of question is that?
You can use these tools and leverage that.
You want to share him? I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
Your competitors into Claude and say, hey Claude, do a competitor analysis here, do a blue ocean strategy analysis for me here. Like, how
Absolutely not.
give me different options for how I can position myself. These tools are great. You can use for that kind of stuff. And I think, again, that's wonderful, because this is a skill that right now, and these types of women working with these, these side hustles and these businesses are best positioned to do that kind
Wow, you're so greedy. What? You know what? That's why. Actually, let me see something. Yeah, well, it's in face down defense position. I see him getting on Spirit Airline and flying away. I understand now. She saw what I saw. She started seething. She said, I know who you are. She probably thought, how dare you ask me this? How dare you show me, flaunt this in my face? All that gick ain't give me none? You wouldn't like him after 3 to 5 minutes anyway. Probably. I'm a pretty harsh critic. I'm not alone.
And yeah, maybe you should feel bad about how you take care of your home and feed your children because you clearly like absconded from that responsibility. Like you would feel guilty if there wasn't some sort of intrinsic drive to want to provide those things for your family. The fact that we live in a culture where a woman
It's really rough out here.
hire out and outsource all this stuff, but women choose not to, and then they complain about the burden.
What do you think about Lou?
Domestic labor, and then they feel guilty when they see other women.
I feel like Lou.
And monetizing it about how they take care of their family. The fact
I feel like Lou probably watches Fresh and Fit. I feel like he would probably tell me to get right with God, and he'd put me to work in his kitchen. He'd tell me to throw out all of my paraphernalia and get to serving. Complete opposite. So he's down, he's chill. That's a relief. So you're saying he's available, is what you're telling me. They act alike. I'm talking to this person in plain English, and they tell me I feel like you're speaking in code. Why do they do this? It's like are they like rage baiting me? I wish I could. Oh my god. You think Lou cute? It's hard for me to assess that. I mean, obviously, they're both very attractive. I mean, for me, I don't know. Which for me might mean no, but I also don't think it matters that much because I've literally ended up somehow eventually attracted to like frumpy white guys with an eyeball missing. And he looks way better than that kind of guy. So it's like, I don't know. It takes certain elements for me to be like, yeah, I'm attracted to this guy in particular.
How to diversify risks within your family. And there's financial, yes, risk is also cultural and psychological. Like, you need to make decisions for yourself and in your family. And I think pursuing a career, it makes you most at risk, right? You're financially exposed and vulnerable to a W-2 employer in a new world where there's not as much return on investment on the skills and the credentials that you have on your resume.
Thank you. Appreciate it. But who's more attractive to you? What? You're talking about like between both of them? I'm going through it. Okay, first of all, I don't think we're gonna let you get cleared for skydiving. And I need a cup of tea before I answer your question.
What does the meaning of work look like in a world where, work no longer exists? We have to reconstruct our entire social fabric around how we value economic productivity, financial success, and the social values derived from work. And so I think there's a lot with the framing of this, and there's a lot we have to unpack, and we have an opportunity to move in a different direction. But I think we have to get past this framing. You can't just look at it negatively. You have to look at the benefits of this too. Give it equal light, and let women make choices for themselves and hold them accountable. I mean, that's it. That's what you gotta do. I'm curious to know what you think about this whole concept of bread making. Sorry. Have you heard this before? Do you think that this is a viable path forward for women as an option that allows them to leverage professional ambition, college education, developing skills, all that kind of stuff, with the traditional expectations of staying at home, raising kids, tending to the household? I'd be curious to know what you think. Definitely share your thoughts in the comments below. Appreciate you for watching, as always, and I'll see you in the next video.
But yes, obviously Gregory is the more attractive one.
Administration wants to have more babies. This is an opinion piece by a woman who is a writer and a lecturer at Yale. And she's making the case that work from home makes it easier for women to have more babies. And so she opens it up by arguing that the Trump administration wants Americans to have more kids, and this is an imperative of his administration. That
delicious.
Transportation secretaries, his communities with big families, should get more government funding. Elon Musk has constantly warned that civilization will disappear if we don't get busy. And just the way this is framed right from the get-go, this woman is framing this as if this is like a personal agenda item of President Trump, that he has some sort of fetish with increasing fertility rates, as does entrepreneurs like Elon Musk. When in reality, there's a
hello,
mathematical problem.
Maria, John Maria.
And no one really wants to.
When you were on his page, was there any weird energy you got from it? Yeah, I don't think weird is a good descriptor. Because what I consider weird definitely doesn't line up with what other people consider weird. Is there something particular you were wondering, like one specific? How can I phrase it? I lost exactly what I was gonna say. What is there anything that you consider weird that you feel from it, and why?
Or millennials or any other succeeding generation. So, of course, there was a large baby boom after World War II. So baby boomers are pretty large. They're larger than Gen X. Millennials caught up a little bit. Millennials are now the largest generational cohort currently alive. But beginning with millennials, the math starts dwindling. So
No, just curious if he's doing anything embarrassing. Doing anything embarrassing, like what?
Substantially far fewer Gen Alphas.
Yeah, like what are we talking about?
To acknowledge. And so while things are bad now, they're going to get really worse in a couple decades. So just to give you some context of what this looks like. So assuming a retirement age,
I can't wait to use this puppy.
It definitely varies. Baby boomers started retiring in 2011.
Can't wait to use this bad boy.
Retiring in about 2029 and 2030. At that point,
Especially once I start
beginning to retire, and they will retire through 2045.
acquiring
And then millennials will begin to retire in 2046 up until 2060.
some names.
Through that point in time,
It's gonna be huge.
number of workers working
Just with other girls or something. I don't like going on his page because I feel weird.
and fewer workers working essential jobs. That
Oh
all
my
of these
God.
retiring folks are going to need down the road. Home health assistants or folks working in nursing
I don't think I should
homes,
say
right?
anything.
You need
I
workers
shouldn't.
to work those jobs. And if
I will
we're
not.
reproducing enough people to work those jobs, there's going to be an acute shortage of workers, and that's just, it doesn't matter here. So you're going to see disappearing villages and towns here in the United States, no different than what you're seeing in rural Japan right now. This is actively happening in Japanese society.
As long as it's not like he's playing me.
Inhabit villages, and the infrastructure is
Mm.
falling to the wayside of many.
I don't think he's
Japan.
playing you.
Cities like Tokyo. So you're going to start seeing some of that. You're going to see a decline in quality of life. So in places where there are labor shortages, like you're not going to get the care you need when you want it or you think you need it, right? Because there's not enough people to go around. So if you're complaining about large classroom sizes now, for example, just wait for a decade or two more. This is starting very soon. I'd say 2030s when we're really going to start feeling the effects of this. So combined, Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So if you look at those two combined, there's about 108 million potential future workers in that age demographic. So Gen Z, the oldest Gen Zer, probably started working, a few years ago, and Gen Alpha will start aging into work in 2030, and they will begin working through 2045. So as Gen Z finishes maturing into the labor market,
So I don't need to be worried then? Yes, correct.
right on their heels.
You don't need to worry about it.
108 million of them, and then right now, as it currently stands, there are a combined 205 million boomers, Xers, and millennials. Now, of course, as time progresses, boomers and Xers will die off. Nonetheless, you have far fewer future workers than you have than you need to support the economy. And so this is what they're talking about. This is why this is such a big deal. Like, if you want things to continue existing like they're at now, where you can go to the doctor and there's like a nursing assistant there, where you can get food stamps, where you can get all these different services, if you want that to continue existing, more people. And because there aren't enough people, and frankly, because we're importing people who don't play by America's rules and really contribute much to American society, this is becoming a big problem. And a lot of people are focusing on, especially on the migration side of things, are focusing on the electoral side of things and how this is going to impact party politics and the balance of power, and all that is certainly important and certainly a key driver. The other piece to that is the economic piece to it. You need, if you want the system to exist as it currently does.
Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you mainly want to know if Jeff is upset with you right now due to your time management skills. Going by your cards, 5 of Cups in the primary position and reversed does show that he is reasonably upset over what's happened so far when it comes to you maintaining time management and meeting deadlines and all the stuff that entails. However, 2 of Pentacles in the center position does show that he does seem to be aware and fully acknowledges that you are putting an effort, that this isn't just something that you're ignoring. You're very aware of your own weaknesses and that you're trying to make an effort to improve. Now, 7 of Swords does show in the final position that he does fear that things won't ever change and that you would end up ultimately taking advantage of the situation. So he is worried about that. So he will end up kind of coming down hard on you pretty soon if things continue like this. But it's not because he dislikes you or he thinks that you'll never improve, but it's more like sending a message and holding you to a standard so that it doesn't get out of control. Now, if you want to know more about what the future holds between you and this person, as well as any other issues that may come up, you can give me a call or send me a message. Can you see, is my mom aware me and Greg are getting back together? I haven't told her, but I wanted to wait till everything official. You want to know if she's aware. Oh my God, I'm getting creamed. Okay, so you've said nothing to your mother. Absolutely nothing. Ignite the bone. Yes, nothing. Let me see if I can get this one W, and then I will look at it.
Really, I would incentivize a lot of people. If you didn't have to pay income taxes, all you had to do was be married and have children, and you didn't have to pay income taxes. I think a lot of people would start talking up children. So something like that, or something similar to that, I think would get people going. So maybe add add that idea to the list of ideas to encourage people to have more children. But the author writes, the administration is blind to a proven fix that is right in front of us, one that costs it nothing. Hybrid work. So right off the bat, okay, this woman is blaming the Trump administration for falling fertility rates and kind of calling out all of these perceived ludicrous solutions to solving the problem. And she argues that the solution is compelling the private sector to enable hybrid work.
Oh
So
my
what
God.
someone doesn't realize is that Trump isn't a king. He can't just like decree that all private sector employers force their workers or enable their workers to work remotely. Like that is a prerogative of individual businesses. And one of the reasons why a lot of these bigger companies like Amazon, for example, don't want workers to work remotely anymore. One, it's because they know that not a lot of people who are working remotely are actually working. But two, it's forcing attrition. So right now, a lot of big companies are trying to cut and reduce as much overhead as possible so they can reallocate their capital investments into AI. So building AI workflows, AI systems, onboarding AI agents, and that kind of stuff, right? So they're
Come on, overtime, baby.
quickly. And so this is another separate issue. But one of the reasons why return to office mandates have started surging in the last year or two is to force attrition. It's to force workers who don't want to play by the rules to take a voluntary separation so that the company can get rid of these people as soon as possible. And so that's kind of the elephant in the room as well. That's not being talked about with this. Like the Trump administration can't just wave a wand or sign a pen and magically companies like Amazon or Meta and Google and Facebook and whatever are just going to start allowing hybrid work. But this is up to the private sector employers themselves to give this option. So she argues working from home juices fertility. Apparently that's because after COVID there was a surplus of birth. There was a small baby bump. So there was a paper that was written by Stanford, and that paper concluded that if both parents moved from full-time in the office to working at least 1 day a week, they will average about 0.5 extra children.
Oh my fucking God, please.
2.1. So if that's the case, like we might as well just move to a 4-day work week. Like why, how does working from home solve that any less than a 4-day work week, right? And I find pilots of companies that have tested out 4-day work weeks, and they do work. So why not push that? The fact that this person seems to think that the Trump administration can compel employers to offer work from home is, I think, part of the problem. And so, again, she blames Trump. She says, yeah, Mr. Trump has set a terrible example on remote work, demanding on
Here we go again.
employees return to work in person.
Oh, God.
Because there is bloat in the federal
Oh,
bureaucracy,
God.
we know as a result of DOGE, as a result of the USAID layoffs, as a result of what's happening in Minneapolis, that the people we have employed to manage all of these government programs are not doing their jobs. And I've worked in Washington. I witnessed this firsthand. There's a lot of sloth happening at the taxpayers' expense. And so Americans voted in 2024 to hire Trump as the chief executive officer of this country. He has been commissioned and given a mandate to do just that. So if he wants his workers,
Oh, yeah, pulled off the W. Okay.
that's what they're telling to do. Like, if the workers don't like that, find a different job. Find one that offers flexibility or offers one that do. So again, that's the fact that Trump is supposedly taking the charge of this, and other companies are following. And she says here dozens of major companies have followed suit, scaling back or eliminating hybrid and remote options. So the implied assumption here is because Trump did something, therefore other companies are doing something as a result. They're following his lead, and she has no cognizance that companies are accountable to their shareholders, and that those companies need to make decisions that are in the best interest of those shareholders, the people who are financing their operations, who are investing their capital in that business.
Okay, you're back.
If they don't think that work from home works for their business, then that's not what they're going to offer. Again, every single private
It seems she is aware,
employer.
going by Ace of Cups.
parents, and all of this is still fallacious arguments. So she argues that the administration has proposed narrowing employment protections for pregnant women, and then the New York Times links and
Seems like she's picking up some signs on your end.
and it's the acting chair
Huh? She must have heard. Oh, you did mention that fight.
because it would add text that would expand the scope of coverage from pregnancy and childbirth to include related medical conditions. And then the commission argued that the new accommodation requirements should reach virtually every condition, circumstance, or procedure that relates to any aspect of the female reproductive system. So this is why like checking sources is really important, because women like this writer like treat the New York Times like gospel truth. Like it's a lot of folks in the professional elite class treat the New York Times as gospel truth. Well, here they link right here, employment protections for pregnant women. Link this position here, which I just read a couple excerpts from, that expressed concern about expanding the scope of this regulation, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, to include all medical issues related to female reproductive health. So it's not narrowing employment protections at all. It's keeping employment protections in place designed to help the people they're supposed to help. Like issues with like I don't know, like PMS, for example, has nothing to do with employment protections for women. Like it's insane. But it's a good example here of how they're trying to make it seem like, orange and bad, as usual. And then, of course, she calls out how more recently the Trump administration attempted to freeze child care funding for 5 Democratic-led states in the wake of accusations of financial fraud in Minnesota daycare centers. But like federal judge Trump blocked that action. So, of course, denial that what is happening in Minnesota, in Washington State, in Maine, Ohio.
Oh my God. I was in the kitchen and she was there with her just like headphones on, aka Mac headphones. She was talking to someone.
Across different types of programs within certain communities shows you this is more endemic than people want to acknowledge. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put 2 and 2 together. Like Somalia ranks, it switches between like number 1 and number 2 for the most corrupt country in the world. So Somalia is highly corrupt. We have imported Somalians here into the United States. They have not assimilated. They do not speak our language. They do not practice our customs or our culture. They are not respective of our laws. And somehow all of these people have magically figured out how to become multimillionaires, starting healthcare service industry or healthcare services and daycare services, and they're doing it in multiple different states. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure all this stuff out. And then, of course, like, they had to be enabled, right? Like, you can't have this level of...
Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you noticed that she shared something on Facebook and you want to know if it's her way of showing that she misses you or if she's talking about someone else. Going by your cards, the hangman in the primary position does seem to reflect that she is in a place where she is starting to have a different perspective on things that have happened with her and someone who's close to her. 6 of Cups builds upon this in the secondary position by showing that this other person is someone male who she did seem to have a very intimate history with, which it's already pointing towards you. Queen of Swords in the final position kind of extrapolates on this by showing that mainly she does feel a bit of loneliness right now. So in regards to you, it does seem that she does miss you a great deal. So going by the cards, it does seem like the post was revolving around you in particular. Now, if you want further details about what the future holds between the two of you, as well as what issues may come up, especially if you want to try and make things work with her again, you can give me a call or send me a message. Oh, 2016. It's a good balance number.
Particularly with college degrees, are now leading paper in what Matthew Nessler, a senior economist with the consulting firm KPMG, has dubbed the Great Exit. Return to office are one of the main causes for women fleeing. He said, so this affects a small minority.
Did my laptop just freeze?
The majority of women do not work in professional, elite, white-collar jobs like this that offer work from home. It's a small number of companies that offer this. So I don't know how statistically significant that is. This is going to be expanded to all women in the workforce. Like, women who are bank tellers, for example, or nurses, for example, they don't have an option to work from home. And nursing is one of the top, professions. Being a teacher, teachers don't get to work from home, right? Those are common professions of women. And then if you go lower down, daycare workers don't get to work from home. Maids don't get to work from home. Those are also common jobs that women hold. So this is really only affecting women like this writer, women who have college degrees or advanced degrees who work in professional office jobs. That this is really affecting. And of course, it's hard to attribute why women are leaving. There can be all sorts of different reasons why women have left the workforce. Maybe it's because they can't afford childcare and they've done the math for themselves and they realize, hey, I'm much better off working from home and working for myself and freelancing or
I want some Dr. Pepper. You should go procure some.
And they are part of the attriting workforce that a lot of these big companies are banking on right now to reduce their overhead. So it's really hard to say what is motivating all of these women. There's all sorts of different competing variables right now. And so she says, some women want to stay home, and that can be great, but the vast majority of mothers want to work full or part-time, according to Pew survey data. Okay. Yes, I think women want to work. I don't know how much women want to work versus how much is expected of them to work, and they believe they're supposed to work because their social value comes from working. And I say this as someone who left the 9-to-5 workforce because I really hated it. Like there is nothing joyful about going to an office every day, commuting, going to an office every day, being bored out of my mind, not having any agency to do anything, not having enough work to do most of the time, not feeling, intellectually challenged or stimulated, being burdened with the mundane work of clearing your inbox or doing performative tasks and going to performative meetings. Like we had meetings to prepare for meetings. It was just insane. So yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, I think everyone wants to contribute, right? And they want to find their vocation, and they want to have a meaningful impact on the world. I don't necessarily agree that everyone needs to do that within the confines of a 9-to-5 cubicle office farm job. Like, I think there's creative ways you can do that, and you can work and build your own business or work for yourself. So I don't necessarily buy that. Everyone genuinely wants to work because they love working so much. I think many feel like they have to work. And then, of course, you already hear that when they do, they boost the economy. Well, that's because, one, women are taxed. So when women start working outside the home, instead of taxing one person in the household, you start taxing two, so they increase the tax base. But also, women also spend more than men, right? And so when women work outside the home, they spend money. They're going to go do things. When women are working, this is a theory I have. I need to dive deeper into the data on this. I think part of the reason why there's this antinatalist messaging around women reproducing is because when women have kids, their spending habits change. And I know this has been true for myself. Like the things I used to spend money on, I no longer have any interest or desire in spending money on. And I look at things a lot differently now because I'm accountable to my husband, I'm accountable to our family, and I have to start thinking very differently about what I spend money on. So yeah, a decade ago, sure, I would have dropped $100 on a small plate dinner at a restaurant that left me hungry afterwards, just for the sake of socializing with friends. Sure, these days, absolutely not. So things change. So of course, yeah, when women work, women are contributing to the economy because by nature of working, and you have to, especially if you work in an office job, right? You have to wear certain clothes. There's expectations for going out to lunch, things like that. Of course, you're going to be contributing because you're going to be spending a lot more money than if you were working from home. So there's a lot of that. And so she said the influx of women who entered the workforce after the pandemic may have helped avert a recession that economists have been forecasting for almost years. I want to know. It says the influx of women who entered the workforce after the pandemic. I want to know what jobs these women entered. Like, are we talking upper six-figure professional class jobs, or are we talking about like low-paying service jobs? Because those are two different types of jobs and two different types of impacts that those individuals are having on the economy. So I'd be curious to know more on that. And so she concludes it by saying working from home has already proven results because after the pandemic and millions of people were sent home, the fertility rate slightly increased, and a lot of folks are attributing that to
Oh my god.
being able
Fuck.
to work from home. And so
Fuck.
work arrangements that get us making more babies and cost nothing, a solution that pumps up the economy in the process. She says it's an upside down view, insisting that women have more children while dismantling the infrastructure that makes it possible. I would say it's up to women to start making different choices to make it possible to have children. Like, women have full agency to do anything they want. They can work from home if they want, for creating your own business. And a lot of women do this. And it's pretty smart. Or they trade jobs. They take a different job. So maybe instead of going for partner at McKinsey, maybe you take a different job that's less demanding, or is closer to home and doesn't have a long commute. People make those trade-offs all the time as well. Both men and women, not just moms, but dads do that too. So I don't know why there's this obsession that like it's the government's responsibility or the employer's responsibility to take care of women. Like they have
Oh my
responsibility
god,
to make
please.
changes that they want to see
I'm
in their
about to
own
lose.
lives. And the fact is, like, these women don't. So okay, if you gave women everything they wanted, if you gave them higher pay, if you gave them longer maternity, if you gave them work from home or remote work privileges, like they would still feel like something like they have something to complain about, right? And so if they're not actually going to solve the problem for them, they have to solve the problem for themselves. And the reality is, all of those things, you're asking the employer to subsidize your life. And I don't think women really grasp this. Like your employer is not in the business of subsidizing your life or your lifestyle. And a lot of these work from home, advocates, unfortunately, just are ignorant to the fact that many workers abuse the policy. So yeah, while work from home can help and certainly offers a lot of flexibility and does make it easier for sure,
Hey Williams, I really like someone named Emil Cooper.
But in reality, when you have consistent work from home policies in practice, a lot of times women aren't actually working and they're working from home. Or if you're working from home, and the implication is you're going to do that because it offers more flexibility to take care of your children. It's hard to focus. It's hard to focus on kids while working and getting work done. So the question is, like, how much meaningful work are you actually going to be able to accomplish on your employer's dime while you're simultaneously providing childcare for your kids? So these women have to make hard choices.
God, I still have 4 more to go.
Pandering to the government and expecting the government to solve all their problems for them. Like, they have to realize they have the ability within themselves to provide the solution that they seek, and that they have a duty and responsibility to their families and to the society that they're in to contribute to the future. And as of right now, so long as they continue to blame policies, whether they're employer-based or government-based, for the reason.
The cruise ship, and she asked, let me in. And she said diamond, and then I said, what? Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you want to know if the guy who has suddenly posted pictures of him with a new older woman, if he still thinks about you and if he regrets his choices. Looking at your cards, 4 of Cups in the primary position is sort of speaking about why he would even post these new pictures in the first place. It does seem that part of why he would post these pictures with the new woman does seem to be a way to get a response from you, to show that he's living a new life and having fun and all these other things. But it mostly seems to be an act of desperation to get any sort of reaction out of you. King of Pentacles in the secondary position does show that he does ruminate over you. So he does, in fact, think about you quite often from time to time. And it does seem that he does second guess the choices that he made when it came to the two of you. 4 of Swords in the final position and reversed ultimately says that regardless of whatever he's showing to the world right now on his public feeds and social media, that he currently is restless and he does kind of wish that things could be repaired between the two of you, at least to where you could talk to each other in a bit of a serious way. Overall, it does seem like he's mostly going to imply tactics to try and get a rise out of you and to get you closer to him. Now, if you want to know more about what the future holds between the two of you, as well as any other things he may do, you can give me a call or send me a message. Oh, it feels like I just do so many a day. I still got 3. I got 3 more. This man I've been talking to. Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you talk about a man that you've been talking to, and you can tell that he's holding back, and you want to know if you can expect more from him. Going by your cards, the Sun in the reverse position does show that this person does seem to be someone who holds himself back when it comes to people that he doesn't quite fully trust yet. 7 of Pentacles builds upon this by showing that he also is naturally someone who's a bit of a slow burn. So it often takes a bit of time and understanding one another before you start to get the whole package with him. Ace of Wands in the final position is showing that ultimately, given enough time, he will start to make more obvious and straightforward ways of showing his affection towards you. Since it does seem that he's already feeling something for you, he just wants to take time and protect himself before he does anything that could possibly make him vulnerable. Now, if you want to know what the future holds between the two of you later down the line, as well as any issues that might come up between the two of you in terms of compatibility, you can give me a call or send me a message. Oh my god, I finally have to redo one. Oh my god. Okay, I'll turn that camera off. Just because nothing's happening. Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you mainly want to know if you can expect anything more from this guy that you're currently talking to, because you can feel that he's currently holding things back from you. Going by your cards, the sun in the primary position and reversed does show that this is someone who naturally doesn't really like to show his full self to someone, especially when he doesn't really know them yet. Seven of Pentacles builds upon this in the second position by showing that given enough time, he will slowly warm up to someone and become a bit more forthcoming, but he mainly values long-term rapport with someone, whether it's a friend or someone that he can be in a relationship with. Ace of Wands in the final position is showing that once enough time has been spent with this person, he will start to make more overt advances towards you to really push things forward in terms of a relationship with you. So I would mostly not get discouraged by anything that may come up right now. If it seems like he may be a little cold or withdrawn, just try to be patient and understand that once you spend enough time with him, things will really change in a good way between the two of you. Now, if you want to know more details about what the future holds between the two of you, as well as any issues that may come up regarding your compatibility, you can give me a call or send me a message. It's 8. Oh my god. Am I with my soulmate or is there someone else out there? Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you want to know if you're currently with your soulmate or if there's someone else out there. Going by your cards, Temperance in the primary position does show that right now things with your current person are actually pretty good. However, Ace of Cups in the secondary position is showing, due to its reverse nature, that in terms of being a soulmate, your current partner isn't really fitting that bill. However, Page of Swords in the final position in reversed does show that even though your soulmate is out there, it's advising you against being distracted by this and wandering from your current relationship. And I would agree with this notion. I do think that soulmates are a pretty important element of living on this earth. However, I do think that all connections you make in this life are important. So I think that you should try to make things work with the person that you're with. And if things end, then you could maybe begin to focus a bit more on finding the soulmate. Now, if you want more specifics about who the soulmate will be, as well as what's coming up for you for the next year regarding your relationships, you can give me a call or send me a message. I'm so close, I can taste it. I'm so close, I can taste it. One more, and I'm free. One more and I can eat Chinese. Oh, God. Hello, this is Shanoa. Now, regarding your question, you're mainly explaining that you want to know if Derek will be out of jail this week, and you want to know if everything will be good between the two of you. Now, going by your cards, the star being in the primary position is already a very positive and strong indicator that as far as Derek getting out, it does seem very likely that it will happen this week. Three of Pentacles in the middle position in reverse does show that upon getting out, there will be a lot of difficulties for him, and this will affect your relationship with each other, which I don't think this is unusual, since this is pretty normal when it comes to people becoming reintegrated into public life. So I would want you to be prepared for some hardships. Ace of Wands additionally says in the final position that there will be some issues regarding intimacy and him fully being able to be comfortable with you again. So I would just try to be patient and understanding and just give him time to acclimate, and things should improve for the rest of the year. Now, if you want to know more about what's coming towards the end of the year between the two of you, as well as any issues that may come up during summer between you two, you can give me a call or send me a message. I did it. I did it. I can eat the Chinese now. I'm free. I'm free. I'm free. Let me close that window. Did you just send seduction? Look, someone just sent me seduction. They just sent me something about their bust.
Well, he's backed off on that. However, Iran has said
Interesting.
no sizable strikes or no sizable discussions. What's happening? We don't know. It's a bit of confusion. Other news stories. This one comes from Maritime Executive. The Iranians feint an attack on Diego Garcia. Now, this is interesting because the Iranians showed their hand of their ability to launch intermediate.
Let me get a taste of this Chinese food.
Short range, intermediate ranges are unfit, and Diego Garcia is an absolutely crucial piece of territory. It is a staging base not just for American military aircraft, but it's also a major naval base here. Here is Diego Garcia out here in the middle of the Indian Ocean. I have been to Diego Garcia before. Back in my former sailing days, worked out here with the afloat prepositioning force. So you have an airfield out here and a big, huge honking anchorage where you can put a ridiculous number of ships in there. At a time with the afloat prepositioning force, we had dozens of ships stationed out there. So it's a very visible presence. And the fact that the Iranians tried to hit it is a really big symbolic. We do know, according to reports, that a U.S. Navy SM-3 was used to shoot down one of the intermediate range ballistic missiles. That tells me it came from an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer somewhere in the area. And other news agency, Splash 24/7, has this: Iran signals possible indefinite Hormuz closure. This is obviously the worst kind of news we want. We want the strait open back up. Any sort of extended closure creates further problems down this entire supply chain. One of the big things is looking at the availability of oils beginning to decrease out in afloat reserve stores, even tapping into Iranian and Russian oil that's afloat. Sooner or later, you're going to hit negative numbers out there, and we're not going to have enough oil flowing to feed the system. There's a great story over at Sea Trade Maritime, the Invisible Warriors, seafarers in the line of fire. Ship's crews did not sign up for the war in the Middle East. They are civilians too. As I've mentioned to you before, I've talked to some merchant mariners out there, although I will tell you it's getting more difficult to do that because the shipping companies are cracking down on this. They're even controlling their use of cell phones out in the area. Obviously, there are security reasons, but I think getting the news about the cruise out is extremely important. 3,200 ships, 20,000 mariners. This is a crucial issue to get it out. We don't need specific details about the ships they're on or where they're at. That's not needed, but we do need to get the story out about these mariners. And I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can to try to keep this out there. Obviously, issues with food and fuel starting to run low in some ships. I talked about the story about one ship running low on water. Understand, ships need to be moving. They need to create heat, waste heat off their engines to run a lot of their evaporators on some ships. So if they're not moving, they're not producing water. You can have evaporators break down on ships. I mean, there's a whole batch of issues here. Ships have been there for over 3 weeks. How long does fresh food last? I mean, even in freezers, you have problems with this. And again, 20, 25 person crews on board. Some of them were expecting to resupply. Some were expecting to fuel. All this is creating problems. Crews are expecting to get off, rotate. It creates a myriad of problems. Story over at Lloyd's List. Zombie tankers take the Tehran toll booth route as more vessels make detour. I think I don't get enough credit for my toll booth image I used in one of my videos past. I think that one from Blazing Saddles was awesome. 2 vessels transited Strait of Hormuz via the new Iranian detour over the weekend, impersonating dead oil and gas carriers. That's right. They assumed the identity on AAS of these ex-vessels to kind of mask their identity. They punch in the numbers for them, and that's what they're running as. More than 20 ships have taken the Tehran-approved route through the Iranian territorial waters. 2 more India-flagged LPG carriers have also made outbound journeys during the past 24 hours. This is nowhere near enough to dump the vessels that are in the Persian Gulf. This is a problem. Iran is controlling this. We think they're providing a toll for this, paying for it, maybe about $2 million. But nowhere near what's necessary. And again, I understand the U.S. has a plan, and it has a phase plan that it's going to get to the Strait of Hormuz eventually. I think it needs to be moved up a little bit. Just saying. I'm just saying I would have done it a little bit differently. I would have kept the ships moving if at all possible. Don't let them stop, because once they stop, inertia's a bear to get over. This story over at Journal of Commerce by Lars Jensen. New shipping crisis brings resilience question to the fore again. So, very interesting question. During the supply chain crisis, one of the things we saw was how companies were able to rebound and change what they needed to supply at and where they needed to go. How did they adapt? Adaptability, which I think is a better term than resiliency, I think is really the question here. And it's raising that again. We're seeing ships divert. One of the interesting things we're seeing is tankers going to other places getting extremely high rates. One of the issues would be that if you reopen the Strait of Hormuz, rates go down for tankers, and tanker companies may not like that much. As we get this story from Tradewinds, war pushing tanker values even higher so long as the Strait of Hormuz opens soon. Valuations have already jumped following Sinocor's spending spree. So Sinocor, a company in South Korea, along with Mediterranean Shipping Company, has basically cornered the market on VLCCs, and now they're going to the next level, Aframax vessels, Suezmax vessels. They're moving down the level here and really cornering the market. Consolidation in the tanker industry is something new. Back in the day of the 70s, you had the Seven Sisters. Those were the 7 big oil companies, had their own tanker fleets. They divested themselves of them because they ran aground a lot and they gave bad press to the oil companies. So you had a myriad of smaller companies. Now, all of a sudden, we're starting to see the consolidation once again. All right, let's go ahead over to our second story. So our second set of stories deals with Russia and their fleet, particularly the Dark Fleet and their operations in and around the world. You may remember the LNG carrier Arctic Megagas. Well, she is adrift and heading toward the coast of Libya. This is the vessel, burnt out vessel. Right now, you can see the hole in the port side of that vessel. I mean, the entire side of hold number 2 absolutely blown out, melted out. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but it is absolutely incredible the damage this ship has suffered. So this story by Mike Schuller over at GCaptain. Libya's National Oil Corporation has hired a specialist salvage firm to intercept the damaged Russian LNG carrier Arctic Megagas. The abandoned vessel drifts toward the Libyan coast, what officials describe as a growing environmental and safety threat. The emergency response comes to the tanker disabled and abandoned by an early March explosion continues to drift unmanned across the central Mediterranean. So this event happened over 3 weeks ago with the blast roughly 170 miles off of Malta. So the big issue here is that the ship is dead. However, 2 of the 4 tanks are believed to remain intact with a volume of gas on board without the cooling running on the ship. That gas in there is warming up, meaning it's either expanding and hopefully venting off the ship, or else pressure is building up within the vessel. So this is a really dangerous scenario we see going on here. The fear here is the ship could reach the coast of Libya within 4 to 6 days. They really don't want it to ground. They don't want to hold damage. They want a fuel spill aboard where this thing does explode or catch fire. They don't want it anywhere near the coast. In the meantime, the French have stopped and seized another Russian Shadow Fleet vessel in the Mediterranean. This story also by Mike Schuller. President Macron of France confirmed Friday that the vessel known as the Digne was boarded by the French Navy with the support of the United Kingdom. According to Macron, we remained resolute this morning in the Mediterranean. The French Navy intercepted and boarded another vessel from the Shadow Fleet. He goes on, the war involving Iran will not deflect France from its support for Ukraine, where Russia's war of aggression continues unabated. These vessels, which evade international sanctions and violate the law of the sea, are profiteers of war. They line their pockets while helping finance Russia's war effort. We will not allow it. I mean, this is the second vessel of the French have grabbed. The first one, the French, was boarded by the French, taken into Marseille, subsequently released. But now here is a second vessel again, where we're dealing with what's going on in the Persian Gulf. We've got the United States down in the Caribbean, dealing with Venezuela, and now we have the French dealing with this in the Mediterranean. And speaking of the Caribbean, we have this story. Tanker carrying fuel originally bound for Cuba diverts to Trinidad to contemplate as a seahorse put in a diesel cargo earlier this year through a ship-to-ship transfer to the Mediterranean before setting sail to the Caribbean. The ship originally bound for Cuba is now changed its destination to Trinidad and Tobago. The Russian origin cargo is bound for Cuba, according to several maritime intelligence firms. The reason for the diversion comes from the U.S. Treasury Department, which on Thursday chose the terms of the waiver it granted to allow Russian origin crude petroleum products already loaded on tankers to trade with nations except North Korea, Cuba, and the Crimea. The license is part of the Trump administration's effort to tame high crude and gas prices amid the Middle East conflict. So while you can take Russian oil and bring it to the United States, you can't bring it to Cuba, and that is further hurting Cuba. Matter of fact, there are relief convoys being put together with Mexico and other countries to go to Cuba to provide relief aid to Cuba, which is in short supply. Meanwhile, talking about that conflict with Russia, you have this story also by Lloyd's List reports hit by Ukrainian drones. Russian oil port exports around 400 million oil prize each year. The attack on the port damaged a fuel tank and caused a fire at the port while firefighting efforts continue. According to the governor of the Leningrad Oblast, he confirmed attacks via his own Telegram account. He said more than 50 drones have been shot down the region in the last 24 hours. Russia exports more than 60 million tons of 440 million barrels of oil and clean product last year, along with Ust-Luga. It is one of Russia's most important oil export terminals on the Baltic Sea. All right, so we've got the Black Sea, we've got the Baltic Sea, we've got the Persian Gulf, we got the Strait of Hormuz, potentially the Red Sea. We're hitting on a lot of seas right here. We're We're starting to blow on oceans that there's not a major shipload of stuff happening. Finally, last story here about Russia. Richard Lee over at Lloyd's List, Russia and Iran claim that freedom of navigation is being undermined. France seized another shadow fleet tanker. Russia warns of a domino effect that will lead to an effective halt of the global maritime trade system. Iran warns that freedom of navigation cannot be protected through threats, coercion, or the normalization of unlawful force. Man, there was a time when I said Peter Zeihan was at a touch. He was, the idea of the breakdown of the global transportation system was very far-reaching, and that negative wouldn't happen. No, many years it was onto something here. Now, to be clear, this is all bad, but the vast majority of trade is going on without a problem. However, I do think we need to take a moment and take a look at this and realize we are beginning to push the boundaries and normalize things that have not been normalized since the freaking age of sailcraft, where shipping just outside of the limits of land is out of control, and we're starting to push those limits. I really do think we need to kind of get this under control, or else this can spiral, and then I don't want to admit that people this will go back on. But gotta be careful with that. I started running your warehouse without a pilot. It's a misfire. Your current system backfired. Shore, which in 60 minutes catches up to American shipbuilding crisis long flagged by the maritime industry. The new shipbuilding crisis broke into the national spotlight this week as 60 minutes took a closer look at the growing gap between American shipyards and their Asian rivals, something maritime industry insiders have been warning about for years. What the frick? 60 minutes? Seriously? You don't call me? I don't get a call on this one? I've got a call on anchor drags in the Baltic. I get a call about the Red Sea. I get a call about the Persian Gulf. I get a call about the Black Sea. You do a take on American shipbuilding, and you don't call me? I mean, this hurts. This hurts. The only worst thing you could have done is ask Colin Graybow from the Cape. Oh, there he is right there. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? You asked Colin to be on it, but not me. I mean, that hurts. I mean, that just hurt. I thought we were friends. I thought we had a relationship together. You asked Colin, but not me. Well, we did ask the president and one of the leading executives from Philly Hanwha to be on it. I'm probably going to do a response video to it, but right now I think it is interesting to watch that video and listen to the plight of the U.S. shipbuilding. I will caveat with this one. Watch the video before this about rare earths, because in the rare earths video, one of the things they talked about was how this was a national security issue. The fact that China controls 98% of rare earths, and you had the Secretary of the Interior talk about the fact that the U.S. government brought in 15% into a corporation to ensure that the U.S. had rare earth minerals guaranteed to them. Well, it seems like shipbuilding should fit into that same kind of criteria, because China is in a position right now to build over 60% of global shipping and is expanding to that. It seems to me that maybe we should be thinking about rare earths, kind of like rare ships, because that's the problem we have. We don't build rare ships here, but China builds a whole lot of common. That was 60 minutes. All right, let's go to my next one. All right, story number 4 is one I really want everybody to watch, because this one is percolating under the surface, and I have concerns about this one. Always listen to this story right here, 2022, China summons mayors again amid Panama port tensions. Industry sources like the move to developments and elections on terms. Panama Supreme Court avoided the long-term port concessions of C.K. Hutchinson, a decision that has helped develop into a geopolitical flashpoint. So Chinese authorities have held talks with Mayor's chief executive, Vincent Clark. Clark met with officials from the National Development and Reform Commission on March 20th. Industry sources said the talks may be linked to recent developments surrounding port operations at the Panama Canal. Panama Supreme Court avoided the long-term port concessions of C.K. Hutchinson, a Hong Kong-based
Oh my God, yes. That was so good. Someone new actually showed up. Why do they always show up when I'm actually the minute you step away? God, that was some good Chinese, I gotta say. It was someone named Hiri Kadil. Oh, hopefully they followed. Okay, I still have 46 battery. So let me just charge this. I'm still here. Yes, I know you're still here. There was someone else who messaged. Someone called Hiri Kadil. Another H starting name. Wow, that would suck if my boobs came out. I wonder how fast I would get nuked. The last night I saw something crazy on here. Last night. It was like this chick in New Orleans or something. And she was like in a nightgown or something. And all she was doing was like making her I guess I was hearing her ass clap. And that's all she was doing on the stream was like making her booty pop. And like people were going crazy. Yeah, people were going crazy. People were subbing. The chat was going a million miles a minute. It was so random too, because it was like 2 a.m. I was like, can you even do this on you? Part of me was like, well, YouTube finally stepping up and embracing the future. Yes, we need thirst trapping cam girls everywhere, all platforms. But yeah, eventually some of the guys in the chat got mad and started mass reporting her because it was very funny because people were like, there's people who said they're underage in here and she's still going. So eventually they mass reported her. She didn't care. She literally did not give a fuck because she had her OnlyFans like in her bio too on here. So she was like, she clearly just wanted to do this for a reaction, which is actually pretty ingenious to just make a one-off account or something and then do that. Because there's I don't really think there's much moderation on YouTube Lives still. God, that was funny. God, there's so much. It's so crazy to think about the kind of stuff that you can encounter online that if you weren't there in the moment, you will never see it again and no one will ever know what you're talking about. I do think that's magical. I mean, that used to be how things were offline for people, where you had to be there moments.
Hey, Dr. Marty. Hey, man. What's wrong with this? Let's check it out. It's still GMO, which means the most processed. And Dr. Marty, we freeze dried premium meats, fruit, and vegetables, and available in all the vegetables. The Whataburger Monterey Milk is back. That's showing up through all beef patties, grilled peppers, and jalapeno ranch. No, we just missed you, that's all. Whataburger Monterey Milk is back. Download the app. What a burger! Sometimes baby steps
Tax Pro is now web shrinking now streaming on Apple TV. This is the March 3rd, 2026 edition of What's Going On with Shipping. We are in some dire straits. I'm Young South Catalan. Welcome to today's episode. That's right, you can't get your money for nothing, nor your chicks for free. Very politically incorrect song from the 1980s, but hey, I want my MTV and it's no longer there. As you may guess from the title, the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, is not good. Hence, we went full Tom Selleck today on the shirt because we need to be on the good red for the situation that is developing in the region. We're going to cover all of it for you and give you your recap so you can get off into the day understanding how screwed we are regarding the Strait of Hormuz. You do to generally take a look and subscribe to General Think About so you learn about new videos as they come out. All right, we're going to go a little bit kind of major info here on the screen as we lay everything out for you over here to my right. The screen of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I went back to February 28th because I want you to see what the strait looks like before everything hit the fan. And we're going to talk about a couple of ships that actually ran the strait last night. And we actually have ships that are transiting the Strait of Hormuz. They pulled a barrel seconds through the strait and ran through it because that's my favorite times. But first, I want to cover the JIPIC update as of yesterday. So the Joint Maritime Information Center is working in conjunction with the United Kingdom's Maritime Trade Operations Office, UKMTO, along also with the Combined Maritime Forces at the U.S. Fleet. So a couple of key things here. Number one, they have raised the regional risk level assessment to practically F beforehand. So this is the highest of all security here in some ways, but red is critical, and that's where we're at right now. Going on here, they talk about the confirmed vessel attacks. We talked about quite a few recently. So you have the Skylight here, which was a vessel that was hit. This was the one just south of the Strait of Hormuz that was hit. The MKD Beyond, this was a crude oil tanker out in the Gulf of Oman. They're now getting reports. It was reported out.
I'm immune.
What we saw happening down in the Red Sea, sort of like the Iranians are running their students and how to attack ships. Did a couple of minor incidences involving the Hercules Star and the Ocean Electra, and then did the whole video yesterday on the hit on Stena Imperative. It sounds like Stena Imperative wasn't so much struck by missiles, but probably by debris or shards of either interceptors or missiles falling over her head. But in that case, Stena Imperative, we lost a dock worker. In the case of MKDPR, we lost a crew. Going on here, we've confirmed no maritime infrastructure attacks. We had a story here later on from Lloyd's listening to an update on all reports. We are seeing some disruption around ports, and particularly the Ras Tanura major oil facility in Saudi Arabia was closed due to attacks, and we are seeing the Iranians attacking some infrastructures in and around the area. This is significant. We're seeing targeting infrastructure, particularly the pipeline that runs across the facility here of the UAE. That is major because we get oil out of the Persian Gulf via that pipeline. So you see one of the large ships here off of Jeddah. And so if we lose that pipeline, that is a major problem for them. Port and anchorage congestion, obviously a big thing. As we see ships congregate south of the Strait of Hormuz and to the west of the Strait of Hormuz, this is going to create a problem. I have this kind of akin to what we saw with Ever Given across the Suez. When Ever Given cut off the Suez Canal and closed the Suez Canal, literally closed, we could not get past it. That resulted in 450 ships up in the canal. We're kind of getting a similar situation here. Looking at the video of our traffic here, you're seeing that the strait is starting to get to the ships. We're seeing it slow down. You're seeing those last kind of tankers coming out, and this is back on the very end of 2020. When this took place, the congestions do create some problems because they can be targeted. And you have these massive port congestions. We don't know, for example, what U.S. Central Command is doing to provide defense for these commercial tankers. flag vessels, and 4 others that are in the Persian Gulf. There are U.S. flag vessels outside of it, and there's a whole list of other international shipping that's being in the area. Then we have this Strait of Hormuz traffic assessment. And I'm looking forward to get the data here regarding this, where the situation is on to the amount of ships going through. So when we look at this data right here, I apologize here, but what we see here is 55 ships heading eastbound out of the Strait of Hormuz on 28 February, 43 on 28 February. So we got roughly about 100 ships coming out, and that drops down to 18 ships on March, and we'll drop more. Now, we're still getting some ships going through, to be clear. We are definitely seeing ships heading through. Some are walking their AIS, but some are going dark. For example, Tanker 4, a large 150,000-ton tanker ran the strait last night eastbound into the Persian Gulf. We're also seeing a ship down in the Bab el-Mandab. Cheers, everybody. And we're going to talk more about that. This type of data, quantitative data like this, is what we need to be looking at. And JPEG is looking at not just AIS, but they're looking at actual vessel transits in the region. The other thing we're getting is a lot of full navigation system and positioning system interference. The amount of spoofing and electronic interference is very serious. One of the things that the Iranians have done historically is send out jamming. Well, that will look here on AIS transceivers like we're in traffic of ships steam around circles and showing up on land. What it does to ships that are navigating is it puts them in the wrong position. It could cause groundings, causing collisions. It creates a myriad of problems, and the audience are doing this at scale.
Wasn't fucking either.
It's under this sort of electronic interference. And then this is the big war risky status. This is the one I'm going to go back in detail about this. I want to come back out of this because I want to talk about this for a minute. Because this is one that needs more coverage than what we're seeing here. So I'm going to come back to this because it's mentioned in the report, but it needs detail. And so their outlook. So they're obviously looking at the critical threat, and the risk of collateral damage remains high. All merchant vessels, regardless of flag or nationality, at risk. There's really no one that's safe steaming in this area. They do note again that there is no Yes, we had a statement yesterday from the Iranians announcing it's closed. It's not closed. Again, closed to me means you shut the door and you're not able to cross it. What's happening right now is ocean shipping is deciding not to cross it. The door is open, they're just deciding not to go through it. And I know that's a bit of semantics. I understand that, but it's a very important distinction in my opinion. Last thing they note here is mining activity should be considered a major escalation, and it is. The Iranians, I would argue, are not going to mine the straits for a very good reason. They need access to the straits. They need to get their ships out. We're going to explain that in a minute here. So that is the Joint Maritime Information Center report, a really extensive report that goes into a lot of details. Next, I want to show you this. This is Windward AI's charts that they posted on X showing the passages through a couple of key areas. So right here, this is their Hormuz crossing chart. You'll see right there the inbound and outbound, and then the total number of passages. So usually on average, we see about 120 passages through the area. You can see how that dropped absolutely precipitously in this situation where you just could see the massive drop off in terms of the number of ships going through. They also looked at Suez crossings, and we're seeing a decline in Suez crossings because the Houthi have announced solidarity with the Iranians, and there is a fear we're seeing about a 12.5% dip here in Suez Canal transits. And then the Bab el-Mandab, one of my favorite spots in the entire ocean, transits remain significantly limited across the region. So we're definitely seeing the impact here of what is happening. Now I'm going to go to a couple of stories that are out. And I went to two sources for you. Sea Captain and I went to Lloyd's. There's a ton of other things out there I would recommend. Splash 24/7, Sea Trade Maritime, Maritime Executives. There's a whole batch of ones out there that you can go to. But I chose these just because one, they're manageable, and two, they kind of follow the thread I want to give here for you. So let's go ahead and pop these up. So first one from GCAB. This is a Mike Scholler story from March 2nd. Gulf War risk insurance pulled as reinsurers exit. All right, let me define what this is. Ships operate under insurance. There are 12 major what's called P&I clubs. Those are protection and indemnity clubs. They insure about 90% of all ships on the high seas. They're clubs. They're not corporations. They're clubs. That means you buy into the club. And who buys into the club? The ship owners. That's typically who buys into them. They then have stacks of insurance levels, basically 3 tiers. You have your insurance from your direct club, and then the clubs pool their money together as a group and provide a second level. And then you have what's called reinsurance. That is insurance for the insurance companies, and that takes you to your third level. And this stacks up to about $3.1 billion.
Who is this woman?
Which is a lot. Although we're seeing that $3.1 billion may not be enough in some cases. Like if you ever get it,
Who is this woman? I'm genuinely curious. Who is she? She's been texting me like every night, even in the morning.
So the standard war risk insurance you sail through the Strait of Hormuz up until the other day was about 0.2%. So you pay 0.2% the value of your vessel. If you have $100 million,
I also think I accidentally ended up
you pay 0.02%
on a phone sex hotline.
which is kind of
That's
bad.
actually crazy.
But now the insurance has gone up to about 1%. And that is about $1 million. Now, I have a bit of a problem with how some of these news agencies and analysts are talking about this. Because let's go to the Red Sea for a second. So what has happened in the Strait of Hormuz is this. Everybody had war risk insurance. Everybody going through the Strait of Hormuz had war risk insurance. When the war started on 28 February, the war risk insurance cover sat there and said, okay, everybody hold. Don't go through the Strait of Hormuz because we are going to cancel your war risk and you're going to have to renegotiate a new war risk. Now, understand, they had war risk. You can't just yank the policy. It's actually good until midnight, 5 March. But the mechanism they're using here is a threat of not giving you war risk. What they're saying is if you run through the Strait, right now, under the old war risk, we're not going to give you new war risk. So that if you enter the Strait of Hormuz and you're in the Persian Gulf as of 5 March, you're not going to get war risk. Or if you run out and you're out 5 March, I'm gone, I'm going to through and I'm going to be gone, you're not going to get war risk to come back in. Or we're not going to give you war risk at all. So they are leveraging this. They are leveraging this. Now, some people are saying, well, they don't want to pay a huge amount, $1 million. That's a lot of money. Screw it. It's not a lot of money. Not in shipping. They're just going to pass it on to the consumer. They're not going to pay for this. It gets passed on. So the war risk insurers are basically waiting for the new insurance. Why is this? Why are they doing this? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, they want to make sure that here's the reason that way. Number one, they're worried about a bloodbath. What if the Iranians start hitting everything and they want to avoid a bloodbath? So they're telling the ships to hold tight. Okay, that sounds nice. That's moral. That sounds great. It makes them sound like great companies. B, they don't want the ship going through and the ship getting hit and they have to pay out a lot of war risk insurance. Because one thing insurance companies don't want to do is pay you any money. They want money coming in. They don't want money going out. And then there's the third answer, which I think is the right one. They want to make a buttload of money and swim in it like Scrooge McDuck. That's what they want. And I think that's the element that's at play here. There is no alternative to go through. When the Red Sea happened, you get all of a sudden that war risk jump up to 1%. And so, hey, I'm paying $1 million. Well, if I go through the Red Sea, I got to pay $1 million. And then, oh, by the way, I got to pay a $500,000 toll to go through the Suez Canal. Whereas if I go around Africa, I pay $500,000 in extra fuel, maybe, or maybe even $1 million in extra fuel. But I'm still making out as a bandit.
Oh, is there? How can I check to see who's here?
More than $100 million. We're talking about big container ships that are probably worth $1 billion. That's $10 million in insurance.
Are you still here?
So some of the ships that go through the Persian Gulf here are maybe $100 million ships, but some of them are more, especially the big.
I wish it was like Twitch where I could
some of the container ships,
see
really large crude carriers and their cargo.
who's
So
actually
high dollar
present.
money, but understand, they are going to pay this. There's no alternative to this. There's no way going around the Persian
What are you doing right now?
So I
just don't.
Is anything interesting happening with you? Or are you just doing school stuff?
I think it just absolutely plague. I'm sorry, that's my view. It's my personal view of this. I think that's what's happening. And I think what we're starting to see is those few ships that are running through right now are setting the trend for what we're going to see. We had this story also by Mike Scholler. Shipping industry demands protection from maritime workers on the front line of Middle East conflict. So
Just chilling.
these entire areas, really out of Cyprus and the Mediterranean.
I'm pretty sure you sent me that Asmongold link on accident, right? But I'm guessing he's another one of your favorite content creators.
And so war risk insurance is going to be paid for the ships, but you also have to pay the crews the additional money to sail through the area, which I think is a bit cheap.
God, I need to order my uniforms tonight.
Start with small habits and build momentum so that one win at a time, you make progress. Get real-time insights and personalized guidance. Build around your body, your team, and your goals. All with a distraction-free design. More power than ever. Loop helps you add years to your life and your life to your years.
Hi, we're Ken, and we're on a mission to change home insurance. We operate differently. The average customer who switches to Ken saves hundreds. Our quotes are designed to reflect real risk accurately, using cutting-edge data from 2025, not outdated methods from 1905. Getting a quote is super easy, and you can do it right now from your phone. It's time for you to experience Ken. Visit ken.com or call Ken today.
Next, Central Command has begun their offensive strikes against naval forces. We've seen some hits already, but now they are really upping it. In this story, also by Mike Scholler, we see this attack on the Iranian drone carrier, the Shahid Bagheri. We know they've hit also their other drone carrier, the Market, I think it's called. And so they're absolutely targeting the Iranian Navy. They're putting the Iranian Navy on the map. That's what they're doing. Something they did back in 1988 in Operation Praying Mantis. We're doing it again here now. The Red Sea corridor slips back into crisis as Houthi threats resurface. We see this happening again down in the Red Sea. Remember, the Houthis were in line with Hamas in Gaza during that conflict, but they were backed by the Iranians. We know the Iranians were helping them. It has to be remembered. A lot of people are looking at the Houthi attacks on shipping and sitting there and going, well, they can do that again, their level attacks. Understand, when you break down the Houthi attacks, a lot of those attacks that were done, the ships that were sunk, the Houthi actually boarded them and put charges on them. Yes, they struck ships with ballistic missiles, with cruise missiles, with drones, both aerial and surface ones. But the ships they sunk, they literally went on board and set charges for 3 out of the 4 of them and sank them. This is a much...
God, it's always something so boring on my TV. It's because I can't really pay attention.
3 months ago,
I am sad that they shut down Sora AI. They were making some good stuff on there.
Consensus across the industry has been that the most efficient way to build data centers is leveraging peering. So the logic is that flash is expensive, disk is cheaper, and
They're making some really good stuff.
the most powerful company on earth handed OpenAI a $1 billion check, and they signed a 3-year licensing deal over 200 characters. Mickey Mouse, Darth Vader, Iron Man, Vulcan, and Sora. But yesterday, OpenAI tweeted 5 words saying goodbye to Sora, that the API, the Disney deal, all of it. And so, what on earth actually happened? How does a company with 900 million weekly users, $13 billion in annual revenue, the most hyped AI video tool on the planet, just pull the plug on its flagship products, only 3 to 4 months after landing the biggest content deal in history? The answer might tell you about the future of AI more than any benchmark or model release that occurred. The key thing here to understand is that OpenAI might be running out of compute. And when you're burning $15 million a day on silly video clips while losing $14 billion a year, something has to go. Sora wasn't the future of OpenAI, it was just the thing standing between OpenAI and survival. To understand why Sora died, you need to understand what it actually cost to keep alive. So Sora launched as a standalone app in September 2023.
2005, it was an instant hit. 1 million downloads in under 5 days. It shot to number 1 on the App Store. Social media was flooded with AI-generated clips. People making themselves like Darth Vader, recreating movie scenes. There was just so much going on. Memes at an industrial scale. But the thing that most people didn't realize was that every single one of these videos were actually bleeding OpenAI money, like ridiculous amounts of money. According to Forbes, generating a standard 10-second Sora video cost OpenAI roughly $1.30 per compute, and that's based on analysis from DFAC at Cantor Fitzgerald, who estimated each generation used about 40 minutes of GPU time across multiple processes. And at peak usage, users were generating over 11 million clips a day. Now, if you do the maths on that, that's nearly $15 billion per day, around $5.4 billion a year, just on inference for one product. And remember, the vast majority of those videos were free. Sora wasn't generating any revenue. It was only generating compute bills. You can see here that I found on Twitter the head of the product publicly admitting that it doesn't work as a business. You see, OpenAI tried to course correct. They introduced paid credit. They limited free generations. But the fundamental problem remained. Video generation is orders of magnitude more expensive than text. Unlike GPT, which processes words, Sora processes three-dimensional data across time, spatial dimensions plus temporal consistence across dozens of frames per second. And this isn't just expensive, it's the most compute-hungry consumer product in AI. To put this into perspective, Sora's annual compute bill alone was roughly equal to the entire annual revenue of a mid-sized cloud company. OpenAI was essentially running a free video service that cost more than most tech companies earn. And it was all happening while OpenAI's entire financial picture was getting worse. I mean, from the tweet alone, you can literally see that they said the economics are completely unsustainable, foreshadowing what was to come. And they said eventually we'll need to bring the free gens down, and if we don't do this, we won't have enough GPUs otherwise. And I mean, you can see here's the bigger picture. OpenAI told investors that the cost of running its AI models, the process called inference, quadrupled in 2025. And as a result, the company's adjusted gross margin fell from 40% to 33%. And that's a lot lower than 46% that they projected internally. They missed their own target by 30 points. And according to the information, the cost per free ChatGPT user jumped from around 70 cents per year to $4 per year, a six-fold increase. And that's just the text chat. If you add Sora's video generation on top, you'll start to see why those numbers become terrifying. Now, OpenAI's own internal predictions show that the company plans on losing $14 billion in 2026 alone. That's nearly triple the loss from 2025. And cumulative losses through 2028 are projected at $44 billion, and that's all before the company finally expects to turn a profit in 2029. Now here's the thing, okay, that most people aren't realizing. OpenAI is on the cusp of an IPO. Reuters reported that this company is filing with regulators as soon as the second half of the year, targeting a valuation of up to $1 trillion. They've already hired the former DocuSign CFO, Cynthia Gaylor, to run investor relations about the Republic. Every line on your balance sheets gets scrutinized. A massively expensive consumer app that generates zero revenue, that doesn't look like a product, that's simply a liability. I mean, this is where the new head of products comes in. This is Fidji Simmons. He was formerly the CEO of Instacart, formerly the person who helped build Facebook mobile ad business ahead of its IPO. In an all-hands meeting, he actually told staff our everything era is over. Now it is about focus. We cannot miss this moment because we are distracted by side quests. Sora was the first side quest to go, but it's not about trimming fat. There's a genuine resource crisis happening. You see, OpenAI actually committed to $600 billion in compute through 2030. They've signed deals with NVIDIA, AMD, Cerebras, Broadcom, and Amazon. They tried to build their own data centers, but couldn't secure financing on competitive terms. Lenders offered better rates, but Oracle of OpenAI signed the lease. So they pivoted to designing the hardware inside the facilities owned by supplying to others. Now, even after all of that, they still don't have enough compute to run everything that they're building. Every day, according to Business Insider, OpenAI has to make triage decisions about which projects get GPU time. Sora was a compute black hole. Shutting it down immediately frees up resources for products that actually make money, like Enterprise Codex, ChatGPT advertising, and the API. And this is where we get to Disney and Anthropic. In December 2025, Disney and OpenAI announced what would seem like a landmark deal. Disney would invest $1 billion in OpenAI, over 200 characters that would be licensed to Sora, curated AI-generated fan videos would stream on Disney+, and Bob Iger called it the future of storytelling, and Sam Altman called Disney the global gold standard. But 3 months later, that deal is dead. Disney confirmed to the Hollywood Reporter that it is pulling out. The $1 billion investment is not moving forward, and a Disney spokesperson said, "We respect OpenAI's decision to exit the video generation business and to shift its priorities elsewhere." And what was crazy about this, recently on Twitter, it was actually reported as I was scrolling, I saw that Disney were absolutely blindsided by this decision. You can see here that on Monday evening, Walt Disney and OpenAI teams were working together on a project linked to Sora, OpenAI's video tool. And just 30 minutes after that meeting, the Disney team was blindsided with word that OpenAI was dropping the tool altogether. The person familiar with the concept. Very interesting. And the worst thing about this all is that, even prior to this, apparently the engagements had never actually been signed. According to the Daytime, OpenAI and Disney were still negotiating definitive agreements, and Sam Altman decided to pull the plug. And you know what the worst thing about all of this is that was the deal even worth it? I mean, the Hollywood dream of AI video is already looking pretty bad. Top talent agencies, CAA and UTA, had publicly slammed Sora as exploitation, not innovation. Copyright lawsuits were also piling up. Users were easily evading guardrails to generate videos of real celebrities and copyrighted characters, and the initial opt-out approach, where IP holders had to actively ask to be excluded, was widely criticized. If you aren't familiar with that, essentially they just initially included everyone, and you had to actually reach out to ensure that you weren't being AI generated, which is where you actually had the opposite be the standard, where you usually reach out to the Hollywood guys, ask them for permission first. And I mean, with Seedance on the horizon, where Hollywood's shutting down, this, of course, makes sense with the timing. Now,
Wherever you go, take Rich Fresh Stacks to go. Zevo is 5 times more attractive to fly.
New Nissan. You got to put it through its paces.
Hurry into the Nissan now sales event featuring Rogue, Pathfinder, and Frontier. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
Hospitals don't have the infrastructure that enterprises have or support that enterprises have. So it's all about doing more with less. My name is Roger Cummings. I'm the president and CEO of Peak AIO. Peak AIO is a software-defined storage software that sits on any commodity server and turns that commodity server into a high-speed performing 2U server for AI and HPC workloads. A lot of our competitors tend to bring in a lot of infrastructure to accomplish these large AI infrastructure requirements. Peak's kind of innovation is simplicity. I once heard that failure within AI costs too much. Well, we're providing an infrastructure that's allowing you to learn along the way, because you are going to have some setbacks, but gain value and insight on an infrastructure that can grow with you. We're working with medical institutions around the world to collect MRI object data, apply AI to those objects to find cancer. So when you're going to an MRI, you're collecting the MRI image.
These ads are so long. Sometimes I try to let an ad play, but good God.
32% in December. By January, they've fallen another 45%. Consumer spending crazy too, down from a peak of $540,000 in December to $367,000 in January. And the app actually fell out of the top 100 of the app stores. The Sora's decline wasn't happening in isolation. The entire ChatGPT ecosystem was moving around. According to Apptopia, ChatGPT's mobile app market share fell from 69% in January 2025 to 45% in 2023 and early 2026. And ChatGPT downloads plunged 30% in the 6 months after OpenAI Pentagon deal was announced, triggering an online backlash.
May I ask, will I be going to DreamCon with him this year? When is DreamCon?
45% of you said it was ChatGPT, and 55% said it was Google Gemini. Of course, this poll wasn't, the best, but I do think it's very evident that ChatGPT has the losing record. And while OpenAI was hemorrhaging users and burning cash on Sora, Anthropic was quietly eating their lunch. Claude's app downloads surged 240% month over month in February. For the first time ever, Claude overtook ChatGPT as the #1 free app on the US Apple Store. So Claude is now actually the fastest growing AI chatbot with 14% quarterly user growth compared to ChatGPT's 4%. And the financial story is more even telling. According to Understanding AI, Anthropic's annualized revenue doubled in just 2 months in early 2026, and it could surpass $90 billion this year. And they're actually closing in fast on OpenAI's projected $30 billion. Here's the real knife. Most people don't realize just how effective Anthropic are. You see, Anthropic generates $3 billion.
July. I think we've brought up the month of July, actually, right? I feel like we've brought that month up before.
They've raised less than half the capital, $69 billion versus OpenAI's $168 billion. Pretty crazy. And when you look at this forward ecosystem, it's actually pretty
Let's make this interesting.
You'll know that they're shipping literally every day. And whilst OpenAI was chasing every shiny object, video, app, social networks, data centers, Pentagon contracts,
Pick one. Pick right or left.
no image model,
To right or left.
just the product getting stickier. As one analysis put it, OpenAI built the best demo, and Anthropic built the best products people actually want to use. Here's where we talk about the Dupe loop. You see, the problem with Sora is that the thing that actually made Sora so spectacular is what made it unsustainable. Every viral video, every million-view TikTok repost, every celebrity deepfake that slipped past the guardrails, all of that was burning compute that OpenAI desperately needed elsewhere. The more successful Sora became, the faster it ate the company alive. And you must be thinking, okay, why does this matter now? You see, the Sora shutdown isn't just one product dying, it's the clearest signal yet that the move fast to demo everything on AI is actually ending. You see, OpenAI is about to face the most scrutinized financial event in history. An IPO at $1 trillion valuation, all while losing 14
Eight of Swords. It seems like something's going to come up to kind of get in the way of that.
And of course, this affects you directly. If you were using Sora or planning to, your work is about to be stranded. OpenAI says they'll share
Which
content, but the app API
I don't know where DreamCon is, but it seems like due to that card, it's going to be logistics that end up kind of being an issue for some reason. Maybe finances, something, some other factor is going to get in the way of that happening. Wait, isn't Houston, Texas? Oh, you're coming down here? Wow, that means I can come see you guys. Is he even going? It's actually a really good question. Maybe that could give us some further insight. Well, it seems like he's going. Yeah. Every single thing I'm checking shows that he's going.
Technology isn't just us, it's a game changer.
Now, if you're going,
We help you navigate digital transformation, optimize your business, and unlock the full potential of your space. Our independent, technology-agnostic advisors support you from strategy through implementation.
if you're going, if I'm going, but I'm not. Huh? Wait, what?
For adults with type 2 diabetes, do you know about Mounjaro? With Mounjaro, 3 out of 4 people reached an A1C of less than 7%. Plus, people lost up to 25 pounds. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to
Oh my
it, or
God.
you or someone in your family
But
has
am
much
I
resistant
going?
cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or vision changes. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas and gallbladder problems. Taking Mounjaro
Interesting
with
stuff.
sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
The
Tell your
plot
doctor if you're
thickens.
pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. And before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting.
It shows you'll be going,
Cause kidney problems. Get to know Mounjaro at Mounjaro.com.
but it doesn't seem like it'll be
Doctor about once weekly Mounjaro.
with him. But you'll be able to lay eyes on each other, which is very curious. I wonder what this would mean. maybe you both just coordinate to meet up there, or maybe you both have your own groups. Which I guess your original question was, if you're going with him. So, I mean, is there even anyone else you would even go to that with?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today, I want to talk about the fertility crisis and demographic collapse.
I'm just wondering, am I going with him?
Folks talk about this. This is starting
But
to get
that's
more and
interesting.
more
But yes, as I already established, it's basically saying no, but there's something that's going to get in the way of you both, like, going together.
And this has real consequences, not just
But
for
it does show you
society,
both
not
running
just
into
for
each
the
other.
economy, but really the entirety of Western civilization. You need to procreate and reproduce in order to have further generations that continue your way of life. And if everyone or the majority of people stop reproducing, you're not going to have enough people to carry on modern civilization as we know it. I'm actually reading a really fantastic book right now called Secular Cycles by Peter Turchin. This is like a super nerdy academic book. But it really talks about the relationship between population dynamics and conflict and societal collapse within different civilizations. So you can go back in history, and this is what they've done in the book. You can map different events to the relationship between the population of a given area and, you know, the economy, war, famine, that kind of stuff. So, for example, like after the Black Plague that wiped out, you know, almost half of Europe's population, you saw the 100 Years' War shortly after that, and there was a reason for that. You know, you saw some uprisings with the peasantry shortly after because there was this massive shortage of workers and they could command higher wages, and the wealthy elites are like, hey, wait a minute, not so much, not really a fan of this.
Can I pull more cards on it? What is the timeline?
A relationship between the size of your population
The timeline.
and how your
But
society
he says,
operates, and
we
how
know the
your
timeline's in
society
July.
often
Can you
has
pull
to
more
do
cards on
with
it? My card said I'm going with him.
that is governing your society, and then that economy gives shape to the political infrastructure that we all
Let me
live in.
try
So
a different
as the
one.
population changes, the things we are accustomed and used to in our day-to-day
Oh God,
lives
this one
are
feels
going
good.
to change as well. So this isn't just a future problem. This is a problem that we are going to start seeing the ramifications of very soon. So I want to dive into a piece Business Insider published recently called America's Great People Shortage. And this talks about how the population is declining and the impact that's going to have on colleges and universities.
I'm getting a
and by
yes.
extension,
Oh my God, that's scary. That's creepy. I got the same card again
so it talks about how
with a completely different deck.
2007 and it's been
Colorized.
folks who were born in 2007.
It keeps bringing up that there's just some factor that's going to be getting in the way. Which perhaps what's happening right now, which this is the particulars with fortune reading, is obviously looking at your fortune can change your fortune. So it seems that by alerting you that there was going to be a problem here, it's kind of giving you more of a chance because we're making the problem more known ahead of time, which it does seem to be zeroing in on money. Damn, that's crazy. Oh my God. Actually, this is what makes live streaming actually perfect, because it can show things that people think you are making up if you told them. If you went and told someone that I shuffled and got the same card twice, with completely different decks, they wouldn't believe you. Is he going to fight for me to go with him? McCard said he wants me to go with him and show me off, but it's because of money.
That I think need to be addressed. The fact that colleges are no longer valuable, not providing the return on financial investment, and most kids now are just going to the performance of college. So pretty much it's become Animal House. The only reason why, if you're not getting a college degree for the sake of getting a college, the only reason to go to college is for an Animal House type experience. And so, you know, at what point are young adults going to start saying, hey, I don't think I want to go.
And he won't ask me either. And he won't ask me either. Because he's stressed about money, but if I ask, he will take me.
Such as healthcare and agriculture could reach a point of crisis. A report by the labor market analytics firm Lightcast found that joint forces of baby boomers retiring and shrinking demographics will create a deficit of 6 million workers by 2032. That also means there will be fewer people contributing to Social Security while the number of retirees grows. And this is why I think the population collapse issue is significant and why everyone should start paying attention to it. Because right now in 2025, we're at the start.
And if I turn him down, his feelings will be hurt.
Into an AI-dominated economy.
Let's see.
I suspect within the next 18 months to 2 to 3 years from now,
Ace of Swords.
Loss of jobs in the economy because there's just not going to be a need for
that
anymore. And I've written extensively about this.
It does seem like he definitely wants to take you and show you off, despite his money troubles. If you reject him, oh my God. If you reject him, yes, he'll be devastated. I mean, look at him. So please don't turn him down.
In the next few years, as a large surge of people are laid off, they're displaced, they're not
You see how I did that?
to find new work. A lot of people
You can't make that.
Advancements in AI. And
You can't replicate this.
It seems like every day there's a new model being released, and how you educate yourself on something that becomes obsolete in a handful of months, right? It's really difficult. So you're going to see a surplus of workers who are out of work.
How does he even feel about you being into divination? I feel like I would be scared if I knew my partner. Well, okay, if I wasn't in this stuff, if my partner was consulting someone and then they pulled up that card, I would I don't know, I'd start throwing Bibles. It's kind of scary stuff. I remember doing a reading in person for some people at a job. I think one guy literally got up and ran out of the door when I started talking about what I was seeing. He said, hell no. And he got up and just started running. So am I going with him then? Yeah. From what I was pulling up and what you were pulling up, it seems like now that we're discussing it right now, then yes, you will go with him. You know, the issue is he does have the money. I mean, yeah, I kind of got that gist seeing his Instagram. He's got money. He just penny pinches it. Okay, doesn't he know you got to spend money to make money? Don't he know that? I feel like the best investment you could do, if you're a YN trying to turn a profit, whatever he does, I feel like wait, you said he literally does like party stuff, right? Well, why is he tripping? I mean, literally the premium product to have on hand if you're trying to push that kind of stuff are some hot babes. You got to bring it all on the table. Got to make the magic happen. Probably why the money always spins the block to my bank account, because I spend money quick. Because he's paranoid? Oh. He doesn't want to put you at risk. I see. He said, yeah, I can post with these honeys and everything. They're for the promo. But she is not for your eyes. It's a tough position to be in. That's why I gotta have. Yeah, that's how it works. Actually, I do. Well, I have like a background in clubbing. That's literally how it is. I mean, you know, they let the women in free, ladies' night, whatever. If you don't have any honeys, you're not about to get any money in your club. That was like the one thing Andrew Tate got right. You have just literally put some attractive females around some cars or something, and you can get the money coming in. That's all you gotta do. It's securing them. That's the hard part. You gotta procure them. My cards told me not to pinch money because it energetically blocks money flow. See, the cards know too. Your cards seem very sentient, which is unusual for clients. That usually means you have a high potential if your cards are able to talk like that. But yeah, see, your cards are saying the same thing. You got to spend money to make money.
So honestly, I think the only thing at this point that could probably change the incentive structure is if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have a baby within the next 2 years.
IDK, my cards, they get in my life sometimes. Yeah. Which it also means that your cards really like you. There are lots of people who have pretty bad relationships with their cards, so their cards are constantly hexing them, constantly telling them the bad news. And then they get on Reddit and say, my deck has an attitude. It's like the equivalent of saying your dog is a dumb asshole. It's like, I'm pretty sure they learned it from their owner, who's a dumb asshole. They were very Sailor Moon of me then. Yes. Your deck is like your JoJo stand. Now you just need to start putting your cards in defense position. And get your Egyptian God card. Who made? Parents. Never gonna let that go? Yeah, because I've never heard. I've been around the block for over a decade, and I've just never heard of that. So it just kind of blew my mind. She set the car to sideways. I mean, I'm sitting here buying all these new. I just bought a new tarot book reference right here, and it had nowhere in it does it say anything about if the card is sideways. It's just some new shit. I'm trying to keep updated because it's stupid. I like knowing what's going on in the streets with these readers. I like to sit and listen, learn and listen. I'm like, please, because I hang around certain spaces on like Discord and stuff. I mean, because originally I tried to find communities of people that I thought were like serious about the trade. But yeah, they usually are just talking crazy about professional readers. They're usually just talking about some crazy stuff. But yeah, nowadays I just hang around them. You know, I don't talk about I don't say who I am or how much money I make doing my thing. I just let them talk. Just like, oh, is that so? This new technique you came up with? Tell me about it. I like to learn. And they'll just keep going. They'll tell you all about it. They'll say, all these other tarot readers, they don't know anything. Let me tell you about what I learned on this blog or something. Or they'll write the blog and it'll be like 900 pages of gobbledygook. It's cool. So yeah, I'll stop by other reader streams and everything. I'll see what they're doing. I see some crazy stuff, some funny stuff. It makes me feel better actually sometimes. I've definitely been in one place that I know was supposed to be like a high level area or something, or it was advertised as such. And this chick is literally on the camera. White woman, obviously, but she's doing the reading and she's like she literally cracks open her book for every card. She's like, I mean, it's not even, she's using like standard cards, and it's like I mean, she's basically just, she's learning what each card means alongside the client. She's making money off of it. I'm like, damn. I say, damn, she's good. If I did that, they'd run me out. They tar and feather me and beat me up. They'd say, get out of here. They'd say, put your hat back on. Get the hell out of here. So I was very impressed. Very impressed by a lot of these fortune tellers out here. Meanwhile, I'm just here. My teacher is dead as a doornail, so I'm just trying to pass on the legacy. I used to be so triggered too by some of the Oh god, not the getting triggered by the readers. Oh god. I've gained a stronger intuition too. Okay, I never was this good at tarot. Okay, if I got a new anime sidekick spiritually because I have no idea when I gain this much power. Usually that does indicate that something probably is with you, if that makes sense. Because I can say from my experience, there were definitely some events that did happen for me that got me to where I am. It was a very wild ride that sometimes I still think about if it really happened or not. But yeah, I literally only bought this book because it's $12 and it had one specific chart that I've never seen in any other reference that I think is useful about when you see the same numbers in a reading. And I think my old reference by the same author, Liz Dean, also it crumbled into molecules on my bookshelf, so I needed something to replace it. Because it can't be a family member, it has to be an angel or a fairy. Yeah, it's going to be some kind of manifestation or entity will eventually find its way to a person. And that's usually going to be the moment where their ability starts to really uptick. And as they develop that relationship, I mean, it's kind of like some DBZ type stuff where as that relationship expands, or maybe it's more like Zatch Bell, where as that relationship progresses, your clarity and your powers grow exponentially until you get to levels that are unfathomable. Like I think with my teacher actually told me one time, because he had a wife, and he said that basically his wife reached a level where she didn't need to use cards to read people's future. And I've actually heard that before from many other people before, like even in person, that they would meet some people that reached a certain level where they literally didn't need to use cards. Not the phone. When the midnight starts to breathe, we are the hardest of Fierce and jagged sea. Ignite the bone when the midnight starts to breathe. We are the harvest of a fierce and jagged sea. Okay, let's see, 11:46. Uh-oh. 15-minute countdown till my shift is done on most of my sites. Except... Oh, what? Who the fuck just messaged me? Can you see what it is? A fairy or an angel? I wonder what it is. I mean, what? Okay. I guess the question would be, what would you like yourself to have? That would be the important question.
Hollywood is recreating things that already exist. So there's going to be a new Harry Potter that's coming out. This is mind-blowing to me because I grew up with Harry Potter. I went to every single midnight release. I was obsessed like everyone else. Like, this isn't necessarily something that needs to be recreated yet. Hollywood has taken it upon themselves to create a new Harry Potter. I've used this example before, but there's a Happy Gilmore 2 on Netflix. Why do we need a Happy Gilmore 2? Right, we're just creating secondary versions of movies. We're creating, updates of things, Full House to Fuller House, right? We're recreating and we're recycling culture that has already existed, and we're not creating anything new. And on top of that, we aren't creating anything that's going to stand the test of time. Whatever is being created today is easily commoditized. It's garbage. You don't have people pouring decades of their lives into creating masterworks. You have people creating, frankly, content like this, which is cheap sound bites that has a time span and becomes obsolete within a matter of hours. So this is important because the only way to innovate is to do things. And if we're not doing the things, if we're not building businesses, if we're building tech startups on paper for the sake of cashing out, if we're not doing, creating masterworks, we're not innovating. We're not, whether it's business or art, we're not innovating. And that's how you solve these problems. So what's going to happen is businesses are going to keep recreating and recycling things to milk the last bit of dollars out of aging populations. And that's what we're going to have. Like, that's the future we have to look forward to, which is kind of sad. So on the one hand, you know, I've definitely bought into the argument that AI is going to be disruptive, but it could lead to a second renaissance, a second golden age, if people are no longer handicapped by doing
I'd like it to be cute. Yes, if you want it to be cute, then it sounds like what you really want is a fairy.
we might not actually get there because of this, because of the demographic decline and the push to not create, the push to recycle and rehash what already exists and not innovate. Long-term consequences to this. We have massive problems that we solve.
I think you should be careful if you want a fairy, though. How can I figure it out? I could help you determine it, but
And according to the CBO's report, the only surefire way to do that is by expanding legal pathways for immigration. This is why, in part, you've seen
I think you should be careful. Okay, basically, what you're already inclined towards is probably going to end up being what you get, but if you end up with a fairy, you should just be careful. I know about the fairies, yeah. They're a handful. I think the most troubling part for me with you, if you have a fairy, is going to be that it would most likely try to gaslight rage bait you for the lulz. Hello, how are you? I'm good. Very good, actually. Thank you. Thank you for the favorite. But we don't even know if it's a fairy. True. What brings you to this website? Well, it can't be a fairy because it's not gaslighting me in the cards. Fairy play too much. The cards have been very direct. Fairy. So, it sounds like you feel like it's probably an angel. So even though you'd like a fairy, you feel that it's an angel. Well, if you want to know, it's actually pretty easy to figure out which angels probably are gravitating towards you. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you too. Let's meet again one day. But yeah, if you wanted to just look up what angels have affinity with you, we could do that like right now. Interesting.
This article says in the United States, rates are to take a sharper nosedive after the Great Recession, driven in part by college-educated women who delayed having children. Among they dropped from 106.3 births per 1,000 women in 2007 to 56.7 for 1,024. So, in case you pick up on this, the peak in fertility where the drop in fertility.
Where'd they all go? Typically, everyone has like 3 different angels that naturally have high affinity with them. And let me see, I know the immediate one is based on your birthday. I know one is based on the time you were born. I forget the other qualifier.
Depopulated towns and smaller cities of the country. But at the time, you had to live in a big city, and you had to get a career because deindustrialization during the decades prior to that had eliminated all alternative jobs and things.
So yeah, what is your birthday?
I think it's a combination of things. I don't think it's just women went to
And or if you remember the exact time you were born.
I think the great financial crisis in 2008 played a huge role in upending the economy and changing the value proposition of having children, and it coincided with
because you have 3 different affinities for angels as your guardians, and it's soul, moral, and physical. October 21st. October. Oh my god. I forget this book is so scattered.
Golden argues the real problem she found is kind of support or lack of support women are receiving. Even though the major factor in the decline of fertility is the real downside or obstacle is the need for husbands.
Oh yeah, this one is format because I forget. This is the one that he made later, and it's formatted way better. This other one is a cluster. October. October 21st.
This isn't stopping unmarried women from having sex. If you watch any of the Snap welfare videos on TikTok, there are Snap
Interesting.
unmarried baby mamas who are proudly.
I guess I should show you the image.
And you see lots of these women with 6, 7, 8, 9 kids. So the fact that isn't stopping them from having children. So what
I actually bought copies of this deck because I don't like bringing out the official ever. That's very important to me.
So yes, the rate between married and unmarried women is different. It's higher if you're married, but the fact that men are absent.
Physical number 44. Jeez, you got number 44 for your physical. Oh my god.
Unmarried baby mamas on welfare who are
Absolutely beautiful.
literally idiocracy in real life. You have so many unmarried women.
Okay, you have your physical.
All these
women who aren't, you know, what is
11:30 a.m.
not helping out in the home? I think it's marriage.
11:30 a.m.
So if you're married, you're going to have more children, and that's what the data also supports. It's not that
No way.
women are having fewer children, it's that the number of women who
No
So
way.
if you're already started a family and you're married and you know you're kind of living life, there hasn't been a decline in the number of women having children, if that makes sense. Where the decline is happening is younger, you know, Gen Z, millennial women who are just opting out of having children altogether, and that you know obviously stems from economics and culture, feminism, you know, work, all that kind of stuff.
Where are you?
So it's clear that men really aren't the problem, and having men do more housework isn't the solution. She also, like, this is kind of, I think, flawed in her analysis, but she groups Western countries, so Denmark, France, Germany, Sweden, and
Interesting.
together, and then she compares those to another group where she groups Greece, Italy, Japan, South Korea, Portugal, and Spain. And she draws conclusions
So time.
based on those countries where gender norms
Okay, so all that's left is moral.
delay having kids before going all together.
Moral is the most random
She
one.
talks about this in Japan, but in Italy, how women spend more time in unpaid work than men. And she compares that to more progressive countries like Sweden and Denmark, where it's less. But one thing that isn't denoted here, and I think it's problematic, is she's comparing Western and non-Western countries together. So she's
Whoa. Oh my God.
comparison group, and I think that's flawed because a lot of this has to do with your civilization,
No
your
way.
culture, and what you value, and
You got.
very rigid gender norms, but there are also
You actually got
men that aren't necessarily the case
one of
here in
the ones I love the most.
like a woman is not going to marry you if you don't have a house. So if Gen Z Chinese men can't afford to get houses, well, they're not going to have a chance at getting a woman. So
Oh my God.
yeah, kind of like here where the unspoken, well, I guess it's spoken because people are talking about TikTok, but
Okay.
you want a 6 foot tall, bigger finance bro.
So we'll start out with your physical. Your physical guardian angel.
So I think there's cultural norms that have an impact on this. I don't think
Yelahaya.
the number of hours that
Let me turn the light off. Yelahaya.
videos, go check out my feminist playlist. I've talked about this ad nauseam.
God, she's so beautiful.
I think the fact that she combined Western countries, so Greece, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, with Asian countries.
So that is the 13th angel,
Use the data because you're not taking culture and expectations and norms around narrative.
who is also represented by Queen of Swords.
Okay, so she says American men today are more likely to
Yelahaya.
labor, a gap that has been narrowing in your life.
Send me a picture.
So it says it's improving, right? So according to the
I don't think any pictures I could send would do you justice. This is I think by now someone would have had to have uploaded images of this deck. It's called the Notoria by Fabio Lestrani.
there is a decline, shows it's not a problem. I think young people aren't getting married because you're also seeing today
Okay, yeah, I'll type their names so you can look up their specialties.
being a stable home, so married, you need to own a home in order to raise a family. So if you don't have those two things in place,
So that's your physical guardian.
fertility reasons than anything else. Okay, and then it concludes by saying, again, this is why
Chavakaya
most of those arguments with the onus on
is
focus on childbearing, the amount of help men are providing.
your soul guardian.
Arguing that we need to include men in the conversation about doing more in the home. And
Chavakaya.
And no, we need to have a cultural change. And I've said this before. If Taylor Swift has kids, it's going to be a game changer. But we need to have
Number 35,
and change the conversation. And that means
represented by 9 of Cups. So we have Yelahaya, Chavakaya, and my absolute favorite, your moral guardian,
strong mothers. You don't see anything culture elevating them. So we
is
need to change the
Mumia.
conversation culture. We need to make it cool. We need to have social
Literally the last angel
to being a mom, so it needs to be cool again.
in the Shinhamfrosh.
We need to make it easier for people to
And
progress and
for their name, it literally means God at the end of the universe. God. And is also the magician card. Yelahaya, ruling over October 29th to Yelahaya, ruling over October 29th. Yelahaya. Well, I do know that all the cards I've shown you are under Travis McHenry's system. It's probably going to be different for other areas. I know that I have seen something different. Yeah, I know I've seen something different in other places. So I just use Travis because all of this is under Travis McHenry. And I specifically cite him because he is someone, okay, I've known about Travis for a long time now. He's someone who spent a lot of time specifically researching like angels and demons, because he even made a listing for a demonic deck, which is something I have, but I just don't talk about it. But yes, he's extensively knowledgeable about this stuff. And actually, the deck that I'm using these card arts for, actually, they're not even by him. They're by a different person named Fabio Lestrani, who also is specifically very interested in angelic and demonic type stuff. So it was just very ironic that both of them doing their own projects ended up having literally the same cards and meanings, despite not knowing it. Because I don't even think they share a language. Because Fabio Lestrani, I think he only speaks his native language. Like, there's no way to speak to him in English. Meanwhile, Travis, I'm pretty sure Travis is American. But yeah, Mamiya is very significant. So I'm divinely protected. I would say you have strong angelic affinities. For you to have Mamiya in there is very significant. But which one is new?
Share them in the comments how you think we can solve this problem and what we can do to kind of turn things around and save Western civilization. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This is Buick now. Buick, exceptional by design. It's all about you during the Buick SUV sales event. Get 0.9% APR and up to $2,000 allowance on Encore GX. Seasonal topics and savor for family time or romantic weekend. One year hot this February.
So yeah, those are the three that have the most natural affinity with you. It doesn't mean you're locked into them, but basically consider them like your starters when you're new. So it's most likely going to be one of them. I always assumed it was a Caribbean ancestors or God. Well, angels do operate in place for God. Okay, I can close that out. Or like some Caribbean god. I don't think it's totally off the table, because all we were looking at were just your natural affinities. So if you think it's in that sphere of belief, you could just look for what traces into the Caribbean belief system. Let's pull cards on are you and I. What? Wait, cards on if both of us are Caribbean? What? I guess I've never thought if I'm Caribbean. I mean, I feel like when I dated that one Kenyan girl, she said I was definitely from Africa. So I guess I just never thought about it after that. But going from even my parents, I don't see an avenue for Caribbean just because of where they both came from. I think I'm unironically more white Native American Asian than I could be Caribbean. Oh God. Besides, we're out of time for the night. Because it is that time, and now I need to power down or exercise. You know, all that good stuff. Do you know who Quinta Burson is? I probably don't. I don't think I've heard that name.
Just had a ship here at the anchorage call in desperately to port control, saying they're officially out of water. They need to come in as soon as possible to take some
Yeah, it was a fun night.
request was denied.
We'll continue this next time. Be well, stay out of trouble, don't get triggered in any live streams, don't argue with the tarot readers. Good night.
Overdue for our stores and fuel, water, and trying to ration